Good morning. The Joint Committee to Study the Effects of Media on Minors will come to order. Will the clerk call the roll?
Senator Hughes.
Present.
Representative Patterson.
Here.
Senator Kolkhorst. Senator Menendez.
Present.
Senator Parker. Senator Paxton.
Present.
Representative Hull.
Here.
Representative Johnson.
Here.
Representative Morales. Representative Slauson.
Quorum's present. Welcome, everyone. What is we can say with a fair degree of certainty it will be the last legislative hearing of the 88th legislature, which is kind of neat to get to do one at this point before we start the new. And perfect timing. These issues well developed, but can use more attention and more focus as we begin this next legislature here in a week or so. And so we're going to, in a moment, we're going to adopt our committee rules. And then after we adopt the committee rules, the chair will recognize each member of the committee for any opening remarks they wish to make. Also, if they want to introduce the members of their staff that are working on the committee, they can do that. Our committee clerk is also be our committee clerk for the State Affairs Committee when the session begins. So be working with Victoria quite a bit on that. And she's a great resource. Witnesses, for those folks who are familiar with the process, normally witnesses register electronically on kiosks outside and outside this room and throughout the Capitol. We'll be doing it so not digitally, but is it analog? Anyway, we're going to do it on paper. We're going to be doing paper witness registration forms. They're outside. They're at the back. A sergeant can provide you with one and just turn those in to our able staff up here at the front. We'll make sure we have a record. And everybody knows this, but when you fill out that witness affirmation form and you sign it, you are taking an oath. So you are testifying under oath just as if you had raised your right hand and put your hand on the Bible in court. So that's great. We know folks don't lie around here, but we're all under oath, and that form will make that official. And so with that, the committee rules. The committee rules I can represent to the committee and those participating here are the standard default joint committee rules for the legislature. Anyone have any questions, comments, or objections about the proposed committee rules that have been distributed? Seeing none, Senator Paxton moves that we adopt the committee rules. Will the clerk call the roll?
Senator Hughes.
Aye.
Representative Patterson.
Aye.
Senator Kolkhorst. Senator Menendez.
Aye.
Senator Parker. Senator Paxton. Representative Hull.
Aye.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Morales. Representative Slauson.
And the rules are adopted. Rules are adopted at this point. I'm so pleased to be the joint chair of this committee with Representative Patterson, who has worked long and hard. And these issues are important to all of us, and each one here has been involved. I will say for my part that he has done more than most in this subject matter. And so, Chair, I'd recognize you for any opening remarks and introduce your team, whatever you'd like, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the members of the committee for being here today and for all of you for being here today. Before I get into my opening remarks, I want to read some statements from the social media companies who chose once again to not be here today. From Snapchat, unfortunately, Snap is not able to testify at the hearing next Tuesday in Austin. From Twitter or X, we greatly appreciate the offer, but unfortunately X will not be able to get someone down to Texas to testify on Tuesday. They only have one GR person for the entire U.S. and Canada, and he is unable to be here for the hearing. From Meta, thank you for reaching out with a request for Meta to testify this Tuesday before the Joint Study Committee on the Social Media Effects on Minors. A Meta representative will not be available to testify on Tuesday. And from TikTok, a TikTok representative will not be able to make it to tomorrow's hearing. They finally got back to us yesterday. I'm grateful for each one of y'all for taking the time to be here in this interim to discuss the charge of this committee. We're before the public today to continue an important conversation, how to best protect minors within Texas from the content we continue to see exposed to our children. And unfortunately, this is not a new issue. After the tragedy of the Uvalde shooting, a joint hearing from Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee in the House and the House Select Committee on Youth Health and Public Safety was held, and social media companies failed to provide public testimony or address the harms social media causes. Though just like today, at that hearing and others, the same platforms refused to provide public testimony and instead wanted to send a tech conglomerate called TechNet to provide the exact same testimony that they had provided the year before. Representatives Morales and Johnson and I all sat on that committee and listened to their inability to discuss anything meaningful once again. Therefore, they were not invited back when the social media companies again refused and offered up TechNet as a replacement. As I said in the summer of 2022, it's a slap in the face to every Texan when social media companies fail to show up and address the concerns we have for our children on such platforms. There's been no significant change to protect minors from the harms we continue to see on social media. TechNet claimed to prioritize keeping minors safe online. How? Study after study shows an increase in self-harm, an increase in body dysmorphia in our girls, an increase in porn addiction and aggression in our boys, and the steady increase in suicide for all youth. Yet these social media platforms continue to solicit minors, engage minors in their products, and harm Texas kids. Last session, I authored House Bill 896 to prevent minors on social media. For this upcoming session, I've authored House Bill 186 to protect minors on social media again. I refuse to sit idly by and allow our children to be present on social media platforms when the very same social media companies will not show up for a study committee addressing the concerns expressed by Texans and others across the nation. For those of you who did show up to today's hearing and are going to provide testimony, I thank you sincerely for being here and being a part of this process. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the authority by which this committee meets, the reason we're here, and the great idea of getting this committee together, we owe to the author of the bill where our committee was created. And so, Representative Slauson, we thank you for moving that bill, that major low-numbered bill, and for trusting us to work with you in the Senate. We're glad that the legislature passed that and the governor saw fit to sign it, and it's making a difference. And so we'd love to hear from you. We recognize you at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll reserve remarks.
Very good. Representative Johnson, do you wish to make opening remarks or introduce anyone? Very well, thank you. And Representative? Oh, very good, thank you. Senator Menendez, you're recognized. Senator Paxton?
Nothing more.
Is your mic on? Are you on?
There's nothing more important to me as a mother and a grandmother than protecting my kids, as a teacher, protecting the kids that I taught. But now in this role in the Texas Senate, I'm really honored to be in a position to work on things that can really make a difference. I think we all know that government is not the solution to this problem. This is something that at the end of the day is in the hands of parents, in our households, in our homes, and in our churches. But government has an important role to play when it comes to protecting the vulnerable. And, if we're going to keep our future free, nothing embodies the future like our children. And what they're encountering and engaging with is unlike anything in human history. And instead of going into adulthood free, I fear that they're going into it enslaved. And I'm honored to be part of this committee to do the work that we can, to do what government can do and should do, and to encourage the businesses of Texas and the businesses that want to do business in Texas to be good corporate citizens, especially when it comes to our children. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And previously, I partially introduced our clerk, but Victoria Ross will be the clerk for this committee, and Katriana Corkle, who serves as director of the State Affairs Committee and the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, will also be serving and doing a lot of the work. Senator Cole, of course, welcome, and good to see you. And do you wish to make any remarks or introduce any staff or anything like that? Some have, some haven't, but we don't want to miss the opportunity.
It's great to be with all of you. Good to be with our House colleagues this morning. January of an odd number year means we'll see y'all a lot in the coming days. And thank you, Senator Paxton, for that eloquent opening that you said. And our children are important. I'm so honored to be a part of this committee, and thanks for the creation of it through legislation. Mm-hmm. Maureen Matoyer will be staffing this for us, and Maureen is the head of, she is our committee director for Health and Human Services in the Texas Senate. So I'm pleased to have her a part of this important committee.
Thank you, Senator. And, most folks here are involved in the process quite a bit, but joint committees are not terribly common, and then hearings of joint committees are even less common, but we can't think of anything more important than this topic today, so I'm glad we got to do this. And if there are no objections or anything else from any members of the committee before we begin hearing from witnesses. Very well. We'll call our first panel. And let me say, for those watching, there will be some invited witnesses. We'll hear from 2 panels of invited witnesses. And then, of course, we're going to be open for public testimony. Everybody gets to testify. That we want to hear from everyone here. We'll have rules about timing and decorum. I don't think that's going to be a problem today. But we're going to start with our invited witnesses. And so the chair calls Dr. Lindy McGee, Dr. Robert Epstein, Joshua Broome, Deasia Wiggins. We have nameplates for you. If they're printed on both sides, you'll be able to tell. And just thank you. It confuses us when you're behind the wrong nameplate. So I think everybody's good today. And if you have written materials for us, give them to our talented staff here, and we'll get those distributed whenever you're ready, before your testimony or after, whatever you want to do. And Dr. McGee, welcome. Pull that microphone good and close so we can hear you. Introduce yourself, and then give us your testimony.
Sure. Thank you so much. My name is Lindy McGee. I'm a pediatrician in Houston, Texas, and I'm here today representing Texas Medical Association, Texas Pediatric Society, and myself. And thank you so much for having me here today. We really commend your efforts to safeguarding minors' mental health, and specifically through the House Bill 18, or the SCOPES Act. We specifically like the setting the age of consent to 18 years old, restricting targeted advertising, banning collection of geolocation data, and banning the sale and sharing of personal information about minors. We also commend the Attorney General on his recent efforts to really crack down on social media companies for this law. And I come to these specifically as a pediatrician who is concerned about addiction. If you've seen me testify before, it's frequently on electronic cigarettes and THC issues, so other addictive things. I was asked by Texas Pediatric Society a couple of years ago to lead a task force on vaping and addiction. And when I thought about the addiction part of that, what am I seeing kids addicted to, and their parents, quite honestly, is their phones, right? This is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing kids who have poor school performance because they're up all night checking their Instagram messages. I'm seeing a patient who lost 20 pounds this summer that Fortnite came out because he wasn't eating because he was addicted to this game. And last year I had a patient, a girl in my office, who told me, I developed this eating disorder because social media told me to. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm also coming from a parent of 2 young adults. So I have an 18-year-old and a 21-year-old at home. She just turned 21. I'm coming from that place as well. We restrict other addictive substances. We restrict tobacco, gambling, alcohol to 21 because we know that teenagers are specifically, their brains are primed for addiction. We can't ban, It's hard to ban. Social media is pervasive, and it does do some good things. It helps with communication. It can help with creativity. It can help kids become passionate about subjects. But what we can do is make it less addictive and safer. So we continue to advocate for the enforcement of restrictions of data mining on minors. If you take away the media companies' ability to target minors with advertising, you take away their incentive to keep minors on their product. We support national efforts through Kids Online Safety Act and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act 2.0, which are bipartisan bills passed through the National Senate that aim to address manipulative social media practices. What are in these bills, which I don't see as part of our current legislation here in Texas? Prevention of unknown adults from communicating with minors, making the default settings for minors the most protective settings. So parents don't have to go onto each app and figure out how to change each setting. That's a complaint I hear a lot from parents. To improve mental health outcomes, especially for girls, those default settings should also include you don't see the number of likes, the number of comments, or the number of followers. And then part of these default settings, I would love to see getting rid of algorithms. Algorithms, they collect your data, they know what you like, and then they throw it at you to keep you scrolling, keep you scrolling, keep you scrolling. I was looking at Instagram over breakfast this morning, and Instagram knows that if I start scrolling quickly, I'm not paying attention, it's going to throw a golden retriever video in there. That's going to catch me every time as a golden retriever mom. And they know that, right? They've collected my data. They know that, and they know that's what keeps me scrolling. They're doing the same thing to our kids. It's okay to do that to me. I'm an adult. But to do that to a child or an adolescent whose brain is still developing, that's a different story. We also know that it has a filter bubble effect. So that that's where you get into my patient who started out looking at healthy eating, and the algorithm led her down this disordered eating, where she thought that she could not have any carbs at all, right? And we know, once again, that this plays into adolescent brain development. TMA and TPS advocate for public education on healthy technology use, ongoing research for dissemination of resources, and just educating the public more. Additionally, AI, I am not a subject expert on AI, but we need more research on it before we just roll it out to our kids. A specific thing I'm worried about with AI is these AI bots, which pretend to be your friend. I want kids to make real friends in real life, not AI bot friends. And we also know that these are just large language learning models, and it's going to spit out what it thinks a kid wants to hear, which once again can go to dark places. Considering our national mental youth crisis, it's really important that we act swiftly and decisively to protect kids. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Doctor, thank you, and we have enjoyed your testimony on various topics, and thank you for your insights here with all the different hats you're wearing. Thank you. And I'll say for members of the committee, if there are no objections, we'll hear from each witness on the panel and then follow up with questions. Is that okay with everybody? Very well, thank you. Professor, welcome back. The chair was talking about big tech and the difficulties of dealing with big tech, and we've had the same experience in the Senate where individual companies don't want to come and testify on the record. They'll send someone from a trade association sort of as a sacrificial lamb. And so whether we're talking about school safety or election integrity or protecting children, on so many areas, it's been very difficult to get cooperation. And so we've had to resort sometimes to compulsion, which we don't do lightly. In the area of election integrity, we've heard from Professor Epstein with some excellent insights that have helped, and with an ongoing investigation by the Senate State Affairs Committee, we'll be hearing more about. So, welcome back. Pull that microphone close, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Senator Hughes, Representative Patterson, my good friend Senator Paxton, and other members of the committee I hope to get to know. It seems inevitable. I'm Dr. Robert Epstein. I'm Senior Research Psychologist at the American Institute for Behavioral Research and Technology, which is in California, but stay calm. I'm the father of 5, one of whom is still a teen. And my book, The Case Against Adolescence, which is one of 15 books I published, was cited by the U.S. Supreme Court in an opinion co-written by Antonin Scalia in 2010. I've been a researcher for more than 45 years, believe it or not. And from here on in, I have to throw away my whole talk because Dr. McGee stole it. No, you did a great job, actually. Probably better than I would have done. But let me add some things. And one whole area in particular where I think that my research team and I have a lot to contribute to this problem. So yes, the internet itself has been shown to be highly addictive. So remember television, how we were all worried about television affecting kids? But this is completely different because this is addictive, not just because it's a new form of entertainment, but because, now listen, software engineers now work closely with behavioral engineers to design and optimize online content that keeps young people glued to their computers and mobile devices during all their waking hours. When one of my daughters was 15, I went to check on her at night, as of course we parents sometimes do, and I found 5 electronic devices around her pillow. Thank God she was sleeping, not using them, but just think about that. Think of that world that they're growing up in. Now, I'm studying addiction at the moment, and according to data I've been collecting recently at areyouaddicted.org, you can check that out, areyouaddicted.org. Listen to this. Internet addiction is rapidly becoming more common and more harmful among young people than smoking, drinking, and all other substance addictions. Okay, I have a long list of all the ways in which young people are harmed, but I'm going to skip over that because you've already heard it a few times. But over the past decade, my team and I have provided a unique contribution to documenting and understanding the nature of this problem by developing the world's first nationwide system for capturing, preserving, and analyzing the content that big tech companies are sending to children, teens, and adults 24 hours a day. We've preserved so far 118 million examples of such content in all 50 states, including nearly 400,000 instances in Texas. Now, this is what Google employees call, quote, ephemeral content, fleeting content like search results, like Facebook and TikTok feeds that harm our kids and that can also shift votes in our elections. Without monitoring systems, ephemeral content, because it disappears, it leaves no paper trail, so we don't really know what's going on, and this applies especially to parents. The nationwide system we finished building in late 2023, which is preserving data 24 hours a day from the computers of more than 16,000 children, teens, and adults in every state, prevented Google from shifting more than 5 million votes in the 2024 presidential election. We leveled the playing field. It's also preserving hundreds of thousands of violent and sexually explicit images that YouTube, which is part of Google, is recommending to children and teens. Now, you have 2 versions of my written testimony. One is in color, non-redacted, and it's explicit, so please be warned. And the other is black and white and less disturbing. But those are examples of the kind of content that we are preserving in a way that is court admissible and scientifically valid. Now, I've testified twice before the U.S. Congress about these issues, the first time in a hearing chaired by Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. Monitoring systems give us, for the first time, court admissible data to make these companies accountable to the public. They know they're being monitored now, and they're backing off as a result. Between August and November 2024, our monitoring system caused a 50% drop in political bias in YouTube recommendations, and we also stopped Google from sending partisan go vote reminders on their homepage to America's voters on Election Day and 3 days prior to Election Day. We stop them cold. As we continue to increase our capturing of disturbing content being sent to children and teens, we will be giving our authorities, courts, legislators, and advocacy groups the ammunition that they need to force big tech companies to protect our young people rather than to addict them. Remember, this is addiction by design. We can stop them. Laws will help, but you also have to have monitoring systems to expose them and to show compliance with the laws. If you're not monitoring, you can't show compliance. That's the problem the EU is having now with some of the laws that they have passed to try to protect people from big tech. You can view our monitoring system in action in real time at americasdigitalshield.com. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Pastor, welcome. Pull that microphone close, and you know the routine. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yeah, my name is Joshua Broom, and I would say I, at one time, would be the most unlikely person to be here. While, yes, I do pastor and preach, and I have a best-selling book and all those things. But as I was growing up, I grew up in a home without a father. I grew up in South Carolina, and me trying to figure out life as a young kid, I tried to overcome what I didn't have, and that was through scholastics and sports and many other things. And I was exposed to pornography at 13 years old. And seeing that at 13 years old without a representation or understanding of what does intimacy look like, what does a healthy home look like, that conformed my mind, and that shaped how I lived my life. And fast forward 10 years later, I'm in Hollywood, and I'm in the adult film industry. I spent 6 years in the adult film industry, became as successful as I thought I could ever be, made millions of dollars, did all these things that I thought would provide me happiness because that's what the world told me. That's what the internet told me. That's what the movies I watched told me. If I had money, if I had fame, if I had girls, if I had sex, if I had all these things, I would feel the thing that I wanted, which I really wanted to hear, son, I'm proud of you. Because I never heard that, I thought I could consume it. And that led down a life of, I made a lot of money, and it looked as if I had my life together, yet I was dying inside. And the decisions I made, they left a fingerprint that was unescapable. And then I leave that industry, and I think, okay, I can, make a different life for myself. And I went out on that journey, and 11 years removed, it took me $100,000 and nearly 10 years just to change my name on IMDb. So why am I here today talking about that? Well, that led to me trying to take my life. That led to 40 people who I was in the industry with taking their life. Why? Because they themselves didn't believe that their reality was escapable and the world would not allow them to live a different life. They reminded them, hey, you're not who God says you are. You're not who you say you are. When I Google your name, that's who you are. And that's the only value that you have. And I would just say, kids today, I celebrate the fact that we have age verification here in Texas. I live in Dallas. I am a husband. I am a father of 4 boys. And the reality that, we do have that legislation that exists here, but at the same time, we're fighting with NCICUS where there's in school, they're saying, hey, this is an appropriate level of, this is what sex is. And parents don't have the opportunity to view that beforehand a lot of the times. The books that we find in schools a lot of times are not there. And a lot of this comes from, bless you, a lot of that comes from what is normalized on social media. So pornography, the average age of exposure once was around 11, 12 years old. It's teetering towards 8. Pornography has, in 90% of it, it depicts violence. So I would argue today, what does this have to do with kids and so in social media? Why is it so detrimental? Well, social media is a funnel that leads to pornography. as kids, their prefrontal cortex, they doesn't have the capacity to comprehend what they're seeing. I wasn't looking for it. Around 80% of the time, it's secondhand exposure. Either they're not looking for it and they find it because, as we know, we've just talked about, we don't have to look for over-sexualized content. That's what sells. Sex and violence sells, so we don't have to look for it. It's looking for us. So 80% of the time, they either come across it when they're not looking for it or they're shown that secondhand, and then they're stuck with, well, what am I to do with these images that I've now consumed? And we're looking online and seeing these kids see this content younger and younger, and it's conforming their minds. So I would argue that pornography in itself should be deemed a public health crisis, in that if it's contributing to sex trafficking, it's contributing to pedophilia. When I was in the industry, the most popular type of pornography was teen porn. That was a niche, but the reality was the girls were dressing up in pigtails and stockings, and that in no way depicts a teen, it depicts a child. So if there's an appetite being created online of something, then how can we protect kids when we're saying, hey, this is deemed appropriate in the public square? So if you read what I prepared, I teetered off pretty far, but I would say there's plenty of experts here that can talk about legislation. There's plenty of experts here that can talk about the brain science around how this is detrimental to kids. I'm saying I'm the only person that I know that grew up the way that I did. And yeah, I'm healthy today, but I'm an anomaly. The reality is there's kids being abused at an astronomical rate. There are kids wrestling with anxiety and stress, and we see mental health on the rise, and it's because we care more about what we have the freedom to watch than the harm that it causes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Wiggins, welcome. Get that microphone close to you so we will be able to hear you, and introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Hughes and Chairman Patterson, and honorable members of the Joint Committee on Effects of Media on Minors. My name is Deasia Wiggins, and in 2021, I moved from Washington, D.C. to Houston, Texas, so I can participate in a private program for young adults that aged out of foster care that needed to kind of develop some stronger life skills. I am proud to tell you that today at 22, I'm working full-time supporting myself as a youth peer counselor at the Harris Center for Mental Health and IDD, which is Intellectual Development and Disabilities in Houston, working with youth who have severe mental health and IDD diagnosis. I'm also completing my 4th year of university as a political science major at the University of Maryland Global Campus. For the last 5 years, I've worked closely with the National Center for Sexual Exploitation, NCOSE, as a subject, oh. Did it go out or? Oh, there it is. Okay. As a subject matter on social media and human trafficking. Today, I want to discuss the negative mental health impacts of social media on minors, especially related to sexual exploitation. One reality I have lived and seen among my peers is that many forms of sexual exploitation are connected to each other. So, for example, the constant exposure kids are getting to very violent pornography through phones has led to an increase in sexual violence that kids are committing against each other. Nurses in emergency rooms across the country are reporting this. Everyone has these phones, but not everyone has parents to put filters on them or to limit their use of the devices. My mom died when I was 11 years old, and after that I lived in with many different relatives, and then foster homes and then group homes. Due to the lack of supervision, I explored different types of pornography, which created unrealistic ideas. Once I tried to imitate those scenes, it put me in very dangerous situations. Plenty of kids I knew and lived with access hardcore pornography because we didn't have parents to prevent us from watching that. And so I feel like I'm here speaking for the kiddos that don't have moms or dads or relatives to prevent them from downloading these chat sites and downloading these apps and accessing those things. I also believe there is a link between pornography and bullying. Adults have no idea what we're seeing, and kids act out on other kids as a result. I have friends who have been choked, slapped, spanked, and raped because that's what people using pornography think sex is about. The situation could be quickly improved if it was harder to access pornography on our devices automatically. In 2023, almost 2 years ago, I actually was here in Austin to testify in support of SB 417, sponsored by Senator Angela Paxton. It was a common sense bill that says when cell phones and tablets are activated in Texas, filters blocking hardcore pornography should be on, not off, like now. Don't tell me it's hard for these multi-zillion-dollar companies to figure it out, because that's a joke. The current situation is creating real danger and pain. But for some reasons I don't understand, that bill which the Texas Senate passed died in the Texas House of Representatives. If it had passed, kids in this state would be in a much better situation. I know that this approach can become law because the state of Utah passed a very similar bill a year ago in early 2024. Social media apps such as Snapchat and Instagram do not care that the youth, especially girls and young women, are bombarded by pictures of naked body parts. And I have to call them what they are, dick pics. And it makes you anxious and fearful to get these DMs all the time. The giants who own and run these platforms could automatically blur nude images, but they aren't doing that because they feel zero legal pressure to care about the kids, in my opinion. Pornographic material is often used by predators to groom young people, and that can lead to being sex trafficked, something that is real. I have witnessed it and experienced it. Finally, if you go to movies, there are ratings. You know a 10 or 14-year-old does not belong in a rated R movie, but there are no objective ratings on apps. Developers rate the apps they make, and they pretend most are safer than what they are. Nkosi has drafted legislation that would require the Apple App Store and Google Play Store, which control about 99% of the apps we all use, to verify the age of users before kids can download inappropriate material. It would also require accurate app ratings, not fake ones. This draft bill is called the App Store Accountability Act. I hope your committee can review this approach to greater online child protection. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Ms. Weeks, thank you for testifying. Thank you. Members of the committee, any questions for the witnesses? Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wiggins, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for working on this issue. Can you talk a little bit about or address the issue of big tech companies or social media platforms promoting child exploitation, in your opinion? And then I'd like to open that same question just up for everybody. That's really the only question I had, but I wanted to start with you, Ms. Wiggins.
I would say that I would especially start with Twitter. Twitter is one of the only apps where you can access pornography, and it's not filtered, it's not blurred, and it's not even, a lot of the times that's not the material people go on and look for in Twitter, but a lot of times for me, it has just popped up. And I would also say I've been in experiences where on Instagram, I'll be added to these group chats, and it'll be like, hey, click this link and you can meet Sarah who's 5 miles away. And like, obviously that's not something that I'm looking for, but you just randomly get added to these things. And like me as a child, if I would have accessed something if someone would have DM'd me like that, out of curiosity, I would click it. And then, there are times where they track your location and you put in data that, phone numbers, emails, address, and they just message you, and it's kind of like that. That's kind of how a lot of it started for me, is receiving links and or it'll be like, hey, click this link and you'll gain 1,000 followers. And at a young age, that's kind of what you want. And so I've clicked links and I've received messages from random strangers and men, and you're conversing with them, giving them private information because you don't have anyone to tell you, hey, don't give this out. And kind of in the system, you don't feel you're getting attention from someone, and so it's better than just receiving no attention. And so I think that's kind of how it happened for me, through social media, receiving messages from unwanted people, receiving links, and stuff like that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, you had the same question for the entire panel, is that right?
If
If anyone
they-
else
if they
wishes to,
wanted
if
to-
anyone wishes to comment on that, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think completely agree. And what you're talking about is limiting strangers' ability to reach out to minors. That is part of these national acts. I don't know that this will get passed, so I would appreciate Texas passing it. And, you know, if you look at Instagram has recently rolled out Instagram Teen. And one aspect of it is parents can see a list of people who are chatting with their child. All social media platforms should have this. And, you know, we were kind of concentrating on traditional social media, but like Discord is what a lot of boys are on. That's where they do video games together. And there's a lot of instances of adults reaching out to kids. And with AI, Discord is verbal, so they can hear them, but they can modify their voice to sound like a 12-year-old. So, you know, parents should have control of that. You know, they should know the list or be able to know the list, especially for these younger teens, and not see necessarily the messages, especially as they get older. I do have concern about teen privacy, but at the same time, they should know who they're talking to. Just like when we used to have to call on the house phone and talk to the parents first.
Yeah, I would say what we're seeing in an astronomical, way is the normalization of sexting and the normalization of just an over-sexualized culture. Well, there's people who are conversing on social media, and there's fake accounts who are messaging boys, and it seems to be a girl, and it's actually a guy trying to extract their information, and then there's sextortion happening. And then what's tied to that, suicide in an astronomical rate, and predominantly in boys. So we're seeing, this epidemic of this mental health crisis with girls in comparison and things like that. And but now with there being sextortion happening. And why is that possible? Well, she was talking about Twitter. So Section 230 allows Twitter to not be held accountable for what's on its site. And the functionality of that, me personally, there was someone who posted a few weeks ago pornographic image with, they edited with my family. So my wife, my 6, 4, 3, and newborn in the same picture, and that's posted on Twitter. And we live in a day and time where AI has the capacity to identify copyright. If we were in this room and we posted a video and there was copyright music in the background, it would be taken down instantaneously. Why can there not be identifiable characteristics of, hey, this is CSAM, it should be taken down and it should be held accountable, but that's not the reality we live in today. So I think that is the main contributor to how sextortion is happening, how many of the things that we're talking about today. There's no one being held truly accountable.
Is there still time for me to comment? Okay, first of all, I want to compliment Ms. Wiggins because I think, frankly, what you've done here involves tremendous courage. Really, I think we should actually applaud her. I think it's extraordinary. I'm around young people all the time. I don't know anyone who would have the courage to do what she did. Now, having said that, let's keep in mind that eventually we want to get these things into the courts, and when you make laws, sometimes those laws are challenged, and ultimately you have to go to the courts. And the problem we have here is that these incidents that, for example, the one that Joshua just mentioned, these are anecdotes. And the tech companies just dismiss them as glitches. That's the term they use. They literally call them glitches. And they say, our general policy is such and such, and we don't approve of such things at all. And they win in court over and over and over again. So what is the solution? The solution is to be collecting a large amount of data from a representative sample so that this you have a scientifically valid sample that is court admissible and will be accepted by the courts. And that is what we have done. That is what we've accomplished. It's taken us 9 years to develop these systems. It took us until late 2023 before we had a full national system in place. But it made a difference. It made these companies back off. So in other words, even without laws, even without the courts, just exposing these companies on a large scale, not through anecdotes so much, but anecdotes are important, they're inspirational, but we have to have actually large amount of scientifically valid data and show that these are not glitches. This is what these companies are really doing. And so I just had to throw that in. And I do want to mention, even though it's not cool right now to criticize Elon Musk, that that it's actually Elon who brought back all the crazy stuff, including the porn. Before that, Twitter employed a large number of moderators and screeners, and he fired them all. And so that's why all that stuff is slipping through now. And it was in the news yesterday that Meta has decided to get rid of all of its moderators and screeners. That's the direction we're heading. That's what you must stop.
Senator Colquist, you're recognized.
Thank you. Okay, so thank y'all all for your testimony. And I'm kind of sitting here going, oh my goodness, how did we get to this place in our world? And so when you talked about, and I think it, it's this, I saw the announcement by Meta, and some of that is suppressing speech or whatever. So there's this fine line of, just because I say, gosh, I'm pro-life, well, then the formula suppresses me, right? I know this on Facebook. I know when I do a certain post, I can immediately see I'm being suppressed, and then I get suppressed for a long time. And I have ways that I try to do it. I'm just trying to get messages out to my constituents, right? So when you're talking about that, let's talk about those filters. Let's talk about SB 417. Let's talk about things that, what can we do? And I love your database because transparency, gathering that data, super important. So if we look at SB 417, maybe y'all can shoot that out like first bill you pass, okay? Just get it over here, okay? I don't care if it's an SB or an HB, just get it over here, okay? Because if we can start putting those filters in place, if we can restrict on age limits, and whether that's how you do it, geofencing. I'm also going to ask something about the civil side of this. Is there a way that we can open up liability on and start with your gathering of data? You start suing these companies for the harm that they are doing to our young people. And I don't know if that's class action or if it's each individual family suing them. Is that a possibility?
Well, the problem here is that you have a federal law, which is CDA 230.
230.
That's right. And also
from 1996.
I know.
How did they see that far out in the future?
They didn't. They had no idea what was coming. But the other problem is that these tech companies have won case after case after case, hiding also behind the First Amendment. So the courts have ruled again and again that they can decide what to show and what not to show and what order to show things in. They're private companies. They're just exercising their First Amendment right to free speech. So there's some big problems here. This is the way I look at it. And if you go to EpsteinInBusinessWeek.com, you'll actually see it all in writing. This is the first time right before I testified before the U.S. Congress the first time, I published this big article in Business Week, How to End Google's Worldwide Monopoly on Search. And they fought about it at Business Week, by the way. They fought about it because they didn't want to offend Google. But the point is, there is a way to stop these companies. And sorry, I got off track. I apologize. But perhaps it'll come to me and I can speak up again later.
You were saying that there is a way to stop them. And
well, the way the way you stop them is you treat the commodity that they manage. What is the commodity that they manage? It's actually data, and then they use the data to attract our attention. But the commodity is data, and data has taken on the same role now that air has, and water, and telephone communications. And if you look back in our history, at least over the last 100 years or so, this happens over and over again. Whenever a commodity or service becomes essential, then greedy people start taking advantage, and then finally the government steps in. The government has to step in, and that's what it's done with every single essential service and commodity that we have, everything. Why hasn't the government stepped in yet and recognized that Google's database, which gives people around the world access to all information, that is an essential commodity now. And that database, that's what my piece is about in Business Week, that database has to become now a public commons. And there's ample precedent for this in law, ample precedent for this in Google's own business practices. It's actually, as far as legislation goes, compared to some of the things you're talking about, this is very light touch regulation. It just means that other entities can have access to their database, which is what they use to generate search results. What would happen over time is that they would suddenly be in a world of competition again, like they were in the beginning. They weren't the first search engine company, they were the 21st. And if you treat this essential commodity as what it is now in today's world, as essential, then you have to go in and regulate the commodity itself. All these other things you're talking about, they're all good, but they're all like little Band-Aids. What you have to go to is the commodity itself. That's where we are. You know, it was,
Coal course, it's a hard one.
coal course, and my eyeballs are still frozen from.
It would be even if they weren't frozen. It's a hard name. Don't tell Jimmy.
But you asked a very important question, and it really moved me the way you said it, because you said, how did we get here? You know how we got here? Because over time, over the last few decades, data has become an essential commodity, and it's controlled by a couple of big monopolies. Doesn't that ring some bells? Because the same thing happened with electricity.
Okay, I was just going to ask that. Okay, do we regulate this like a utility, just like the electrical network that's essential? You know, our electrical grid. Man, we spend a lot of time debating the electrical grid here in Texas. Is that where we should move with what you say is an essential?
That's really I'm not a lawyer. I'm a researcher,
PhD,
and the fact is that's a legal question. You have to look at the different models. But the simplest way I've come up with, and by the way, Ted Cruz was very much on board with this when I discussed it with him. He invited me here for private dinner. We talked tech for almost 3 hours straight, is just look at one big database, or you could name all the big databases all at once and name them as essential commodities to which the public must have free access or easy access or something like that. And then all of a sudden you end up with thousands of other companies emerging and competing with the big ones, and the big ones lose that power to manipulate us, because now you can make your own. A high school student could make a search engine. A high school student could make a social media platform. You have competition, and all those competitors are vying for our eyeballs, not just a couple of big ones, okay, which control our kids 24 hours a day, but thousands of entities. We just like the news media. The news media is regulated, but it's also highly competitive and highly innovative. That's what we have to do. We have to take this other commodity, data, and turn it into and name it for what it is. It's an essential commodity.
And I love those ideas. I just can't believe that there is not something that you can do to a company that is showing minors pornography. I surely we have laws that we have all kind of laws. The good doctor talked about that. We don't even let young people in tanning beds anymore, right? But we are allowing this to filter. Ms. Wiggins, thank you for your testimony. To infiltrate the minds of our young people. and to potentially forever wreck their lives.
Because we go at them case by case by case, anecdote by anecdote by anecdote, and it doesn't work.
Well,
have to
if
go after-
anybody in Washington, D.C. is listening, do something for this nation and for this world and lead on this.
Well, your Senator Cruz, he's not a lightweight. Okay, you those of you who know him, he is really determined to figure this out. But what he told me was he just can't get bipartisan support on these issues because the Democrats have been largely purchased by these companies, and now they're purchasing the Trump administration. I don't know if you've realized the meetings that have taken place in the last few weeks. They've got big money, and they're putting it in, they're the biggest, Google is the biggest lobbyist in Washington, D.C.
Well, I'm going to ask this question. Then if D.C. won't do anything, is Texas big enough? And we often do this, and we lead on a lot of issues. Is Texas big enough to take this and say, this is what's going to happen here? And I mean, maybe it's a one-off with 417 or whatever that bill will be this session, and start making this movement.
If I were in your shoes, I would give it a shot. But remember, you're still running up against federal law, and especially the Constitution, First Amendment, in particular, and CDA 230. And so you've got this is tough. This is tough to do. So that's why at the moment we're building this unprecedented database, because we're building now a history. We can go back in time and see what these companies were sending to whom on a massive scale. And that can be used in lawsuits. That can be used by advocacy groups. In other words, you've got to have the data. You cannot rely on anecdotes, even though they're horrendous. They're horrendous, horrible things. But those just get dismissed. Remember that word, glitches. They're just glitches. And but the data we have, those aren't glitches. That's what they're actually doing on a large scale.
Mr. Chairman, I'll end with this. I want to ask any of you, but we have a lot of screen time with our kids in schools. And just in general, is anyone studying the effects of screen time with children in our schools? We're kind of talking about having it at home at night and it's keeping you up and how it infiltrates, but just screen time, that sometimes screens have now become the teachers in our classrooms. Is anyone studying that?
Well, Jonathan Haidt has a book, Anxious Generation, and there's tremendous amount of data there. But I would just say the reality is kids are spending 60% more time with their face facing the phone than their face facing a parent or a teacher. So
Or a peer.
Yeah. So who is educating our kids? The phone.
Which then goes to the algorithms. I know that much of it is set, but it's a slippery slope on if you're not as a parent monitoring what you're being taught. I had a bill last session that would make you have to opt in to some of this data gathering, where last session, I think it was 595, basically children in Senate District 18 came from parents. They basically, would sit down and they were like saying, are you happy today? Are you sad today? Rate that. I mean, with kindergartners. Well, where is that all being aggregated and who's using that data? And a kindergarten might be sad because they only got one blueberry muffin that morning versus, my sibling got 2 and I got 1. And, I was late to the table, so all the blueberry muffins were gone. What are we doing here? And so I think this is a great hearing, and I'm very nervous for our future.
I would just love to add just the reality that when you think about cookies, so it's like if kids are allotted screen time and there are cookies asking, hey, can we extract your data and, essentially advertise to you anything that we seem appropriate, just thinking about the language that we use, like the language that we use is important. So when kids see cookies, it's automated to click yes, not no. So it's automated to click yes. So they see cookies, and do I say yes? And you can both extract my information, and then also I give you the right to show me anything. They're set up to fail.
Yeah, and Senator Colkins, let me respond to what you said, because you got us all thinking. And As far as Section 230, we're not waiting on Washington. Texas has already been pushing pretty hard to deal with Section 230 and how we can protect our citizens' free speech and protect our children in spite of big tech. House Bill 20, which the legislature passed in 2021, which had to do with the big tech's ability to silence you based on your politics or based on your views about health care or based on your views about anything, for them to be the gatekeepers of free speech. And they want to hide behind Section 230 and the First Amendment. Well, this bill, it gets close to the concept you were describing, Professor, because it recognizes that these major platforms are common carriers, not unlike what you're describing with an essential commodity. Just like the phone company can't cut you off because they don't like your politics, the electric company can't deny you service because of your religion, nor should these giant multinational intergalactic companies with this kind of power be able to do that. And so Texas took a stab at that. Florida did too. Ours was better than Florida's, of course. They were both in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. I was there with the Attorney General and with Senator Paxton when those cases were argued. And the Supreme Court didn't say no, didn't say yes. They sent us back to the Fifth Circuit. We have some amendments to that bill this session to make it stronger. So we're back. So this is happening. We're optimistic the feds will do something, but we're not going to wait for them. Texas is going to lead on this. And I'll now yield back for, I don't want to quench any questions, but I want everybody to know we're on this. We want to get your help on this. We're on this. Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for your just really thoughtful testimony and bringing your expertise and experience so that we can all hear about the reality of what our kids are dealing with. And, as I think about this, one of the things, I was a school counselor. And so in some ways, when you're a teacher or a counselor, you don't just parent your own kids. You have hundreds or thousands of kids that you've parented, right? And you're working with parents. And one of the things that's really been so evident to me is that part of what is really, really difficult about all of this is it's new. I mean, what kids are dealing with is new. Today's parents weren't parented through this. I think about when my oldest son was getting close to the age of learning to drive. And I had something to go back to with that. I could think about, this is how my parents did this with me. And, and you might go, I'm not doing what my parents did with me, or I'm going to do it just like it, or somewhere in between. But parents are really in a tough spot because they're having to parent their children through very difficult, challenging, confusing, complex issues in a way that they haven't seen modeled for themselves. And frankly, they're not dealing with themselves many times very well. Most of us all could use a mentor, if I could say a parent, but a mentor, someone to help all of us navigate these things in a wise way. I was thinking, Dr. McGee, you made a statement, and I got the first part, but you said, I think the adolescent brain is primed for, could you finish that sentence?
Prime for addiction.
Prime for addiction.
Becoming addiction.
Could you talk about that? Why that is?
Sure. So the way the brain develops, a newborn brain actually has more neurons than an adult brain. The newborn brain is growing. The infant's head is bigger than the rest of the body, disproportionately, right? It is growing. It is making connections. What happens in adolescence is we prune those connections to be the most important ones. So we talk about blooming and pruning. In adolescence, when we're pruning those connections to be the most important ones, if you get substances in there, behaviors in there that are leading to high dopamine hits, what happens is your brain is primed even more to become addicted to those, right? So we know that if you start, 88% of adult daily smokers started before the age of 18. There's a reason why. Because the brain is primed for addiction under the age of 18. Every year that you can delay exposure to an addictive substance, you're less likely to become an addict.
And going to some of the remarks that you made, Dr. Epstein, about how these big tech companies are engaging not just data scientists, but behavioral scientists to work together. That's kind of an ugly picture when you realize that the younger you can get someone exposed to these things, more likely they are to be addicted. And then you've got companies doing R&D on how do we addict these kids. And you used the word greedy a number of times, Dr. Epstein, but it's not a big stretch to look at all of this and just see that we have corporate actors that do not mind if their profit. This is a capitalistic society. This is what's made America great. It's not profit that is evil, but when we have individuals, companies that don't mind taking that profit off of human beings, and not just human beings, but vulnerable human beings, children, whether that ends up being trafficking or an algorithm that just sells things and they make more money. Dr. McGee, I have 5 little grandchildren, 4, 2.5, 2, and then 3.5-month-old twins. And I've been around them a lot for the holidays. And one of the things that I was just reminded of, and as you're talking about the brain science of this, the twins' heads are very big, first of all, beautifully big. But with children, they learn by imitating. And I actually don't know that changes a lot throughout our lives. I mean, we can learn by other ways, but one of the primary ways our brains are built to learn, and I think this has a lot to do with mirror neurons, but I'm watching my little 4-year-old grandson. His vocabulary is exploding, but he's experimenting with words. I showed him a Christmas tree the other day, and he's like, well, that is impressive. And I was like, no, you're impressive, because you're 4 and you can use that word. But he's using it. He's trying out words, and he uses them in the wrong way or in the right way. But what's the impact of that mechanism in the brain that learns by watching on a child, maybe as young as 8, and we know that's an average, which means that there are children younger than 8 that are being exposed to these images and this material. What's the impact on a child when they see something like that in their behavior?
Yeah, I mean, I can, yeah.
The sad truth is we don't really know. So that's one of the reasons why, I've gone to legislature after legislature and the U.S. Congress, and I've made friends with lots of AGs around the country, and I've been working on this for now 12, 13 years, and I've been pushing. I publish in peer-reviewed journals. I go on everybody's show. I've been on Joe Rogan twice. I was on RFK Jr.'s podcast a couple of months ago. And I'm trying to get the word out. And this last time I was on Rogan, I actually said, I can't talk to you. I have to have a meltdown first. And he goes, you're going to have a meltdown on my show? I go, yeah, is that okay? You're going to throw me out? He goes, no, go ahead, have a meltdown. So I just said to him, I am so fed up. That's what I said. You should be too, because these are huge problems that we're talking about. And you can hear that when people talk the people on the panel, the people on your committee. These are huge, scary, horrible problems. And we don't really know what's going to happen. But I can tell you this, it's not good. It is not good, especially when you throw AI into the picture and you can't distinguish AIs from real people. And young people are just being groomed. They're being groomed. Now, what's driving all this it's one factor actually it's called watch time. Watch time is the number one predictor of profit for a tech company. And that's why they work so hard on addiction. And that's why they're sending people, as I'm showing you explicitly in my written testimony, that's why they're explicitly sending young people violent and sexual content. Why? Because it increases watch time. The more the watch time, the more money they make, period. And this is true for people of any age. And what they're trying to do with our young people, with our precious children, is make sure that they are never offline. Never offline. I'm not kidding you. That's why Zuckerberg changed the name of his company to Meta. Because you know why? He wants everyone immersed in the metaverse, that's what he calls it, 24 hours a day. Watch time, that's the key.
Dr. McGee, you mentioned also in your suggestions for things that need to be addressed, you mentioned likes. Yeah. Disabling the like feature. And my understanding is that Facebook introduced the like feature, I think in 2009, and everything changed. So why the like feature?
I think that is what the data is showing us specifically for girls. Somewhat boys, but for girls even more. This is a age where all of us are, want peer approval, but this is an age where developmentally you're separating from your parents. You're wanting peer approval. That's developmentally appropriate. But being able to see that, the number of likes and followers and number of comments, it just puts data behind it for the teens. Deja talked about, boosting your follower account. Put on this link, it boosts your follower account. I would love for teenagers not to be able to see how many followers their friends have.
Would you say that the like feature is the addictive mechanism? Or one of the addictive mechanisms?
Them. Yeah. I mean, I think the algorithm collecting your data, showing you exactly what you want to see, the endless scrolling. Instagram used to come to the end. It used to actually say the end, check. And I'd be like, oh, put my phone down for the day. It doesn't do that anymore. It's constant scrolling. But the like feature specifically for girls and tapping into that need for peer acceptance. And that's where you also get into, you post something and you're doing your homework and you're, wait, let me go check and see how many likes I have and who's commented. And you talk to any teenage girl and there is a whole, way you're supposed to comment to your friend's post. And did she comment to this girl's post before she commented to my post? And does that mean that she likes her more than she likes me? And, talk to anyone young. And there is a whole way you're supposed to comment.
I don't even know that there's an age limit on that, actually.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of adults that I know.
Yeah.
And Ms. Wiggins, thank you for, I liked your commercial on SB 417, the device filter bill. We are refiling that. And I would love for you guys to jump onto that and make sure that we accomplish that this session. It's common sense. We should be filtering, we should have the default on devices activated in Texas on the side of protecting kids. You voted for that. The Senate passed this very easily. It's not complicated. I don't understand why it's even a partisan issue anywhere. Because if we care about our kids, then we protect what comes in front of their eyes. And Josh, just a couple of things. I appreciate also your courage in telling your story, and your family is wonderful and beautiful, and I'm really proud of you. And Josh actually lives up in my district, and I was introduced to Josh because of the some friends that knew that he'd been advocating for age verification with sexually explicit material online for a long time, and they wanted me to meet him because we carried that bill and passed that bill. And appreciate everyone's prayers as that goes to the Supreme Court next week. But one of the things you talked about was the impact of fatherlessness in your life. could you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, you look at secular data, around 51% of the divorces that happen in America, pornography was a primary contributor to that. So if pornography is being advocated as something that's normal, and in today's age, which content creation, where that's a normal career trajectory for many people. Well, OnlyFans just became something that is normalized within the content creation community. So I say all that to say, if that's normal and it's contributing to the detriment of the home, what does that leave you with? Well, it leaves you with a single parent home where, like me, my mom was doing the best she could, and there were conversations that I didn't have, and there were guardrails and guidelines that I didn't have that I needed, and the world advocated what it thought I needed to see, which was pornography, and that had impact on my life. So I would say the reality of fatherlessness is contributed to the fact that we care more about what we should have access to see than our homes, our children, because there needs to be voices in these kids' lives. So at the end of the day, it's like we have to protect our kids. And I would just say another thing, when it comes to AI, like I was sitting in a hearing at Capitol Hill 2 or 3 years ago, and we're talking about age verification, and AI is so far ahead of legislation because it's adapting and growing in real time. So we were talking about age verification. Well, Pornhub had an app, and it was blocking the VPN. It was called VPN Hub, and it was already in existence, and it was rated 4 and up on the App Store. And the fact that was in existence, well, they're so far ahead of us, and it's like we're having conversations about what should we have access to see instead of what should we protect our kids from.
Well, when we think about protecting kids, I mean, it is clear in the data that a two-parent home goes a long way in creating stability for a kid, and we all know that fatherlessness contributes to not just this issue, but all sorts of crimes. If you trace it back, you can almost always find fatherlessness as one of the factors in difficult situations regarding crime. You also mentioned 90% of pornography is violent in nature, and a lot of times when we think about violence, we think about physical violence, like in a movie, shooting and hitting and stabbing and that kind of stuff. But you're particularly speaking about violent sex against women. Well, and men. I mean, it involves everyone, but there is, I think I've heard you talk about this, that this is depicted as normal.
Yeah, I mean, you think about, pornography makes more money than the NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball all combined. So I mean, just wrap your head around that, And then you look at kids. So kids receive around 230 notifications a day at minimum. And out of those notifications, we're talking about attention. We're talking about violence. We don't get to a place where there's choking and spitting and these things happening unless people are watching pornography, and that pornography contains violence. I mean, you're looking at like some of the things that are going on in the world. You look at the movie It Is Us. There's a lawsuit around the script that was written. That script is not written unless pornography is normalized violence, because we live in a day and age where it's not it's not an anomaly that pornography has violence in it. When I was in that industry 15 years ago, there were industries that they were considered vanilla, and there were like the BDSM stuff where that was normalized. These lines have now bled into each other, and it's all violent. And why? Well, violence sells, sex sells, and if they blended the two, now you've had a recipe for disaster, and it's indoctrinating not just kids, but our society.
Right. Members, I don't know if y'all know this, but there's a podcast called Unmentionable that kind of follows Josh's story, and it really kind of reveals a lot of the things that are around the industry of pornography. And one of the things, it's a documentary series. It's 8 episodes, I think.
Yeah.
And I'd encourage you to listen to it because you will learn things that you don't know. And one of the things that was really surprising to me was that in the industry, because of the violence against women and the way women are treated, so, as we're talking about this, we're thinking about it as someone that would be watching it, right? A consumer, someone that would be watching this. But in the industry, there are a lot of women who are not themselves bisexual or lesbian, but they will only engage in girl-on-girl porn for that reason. Could you talk a little bit about, they will not, they make money from this and it's fine, but they don't want to subject themselves to what they have to do in that genre.
Yeah, so the way that the porn industry used to work is that you would have a no list. So you would have a list of things that you were not willing to do. And part of that would be with girls, where it's like, I'm not going to film scenes with guys, but I would film scenes where I'm either it's just me or it's a girl and a girl, because there's been this indoctrination of, well, I can suppress reality to an extent where I can engage in something, but it doesn't go beyond a line that makes it real for me. And that, there's a lot of research around just this supernormal stimulus. So Dr. Tinbergen, he won a Nobel Prize around research around butterflies. There was an augmented butterfly in space, bigger, brighter, better, and all of a sudden the male butterflies started trying to mate with this fictitious butterfly. Then they started ignoring the female, started fighting among themselves. Why? Because you've created an appetite for something that's fictitious. So when you superimpose this, like fictitious reality, and there's someone who has an appetite for that, they're going to chase after something that they're never going to find, and then they're going to ignore reality and then harm themselves or one another. So, to your point, it's like, why would you do that? Well, in that industry, like pornography is not similar to sex trafficking. It's exactly the same in that force, fraud, or coercion is how you would describe trafficking. The pornography industry doesn't contain that. It's dependent on it. It doesn't exist without force, fraud, or coercion. So because of that, agencies and representatives of those women say, hey, this is not that. So instead of having sex with a guy, just do this, and that's not going to cross a boundary. But really, you're just creating a desire by the audience for that, and then they're going to sell that off eventually, because everything they say that even myself included, everything that I said I would never do, I did do, because in the industry, no doesn't mean no, it means how much.
Deja, do you have anything to kind of add to that with the cross-pollination with pornography and trafficking?
Thank you. While I've never been on that side of like where it's pornography, I will say that the lines do blur a lot, because in those instances where you are trying to survive, and like in my case, like aging out of care, trying to survive, trying to make money at a very young age, it's like, well, you can only do this unless we record you. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't, I don't want to be recorded. Like, I'm just trying to simply survive and like do this and go on my way. But it's I guess, like, in a sense, it is still blurred between trafficking and pornography, because I was being trafficked. But then this person was like, okay, well, we're going to upload this and we're going to do this. And so on and so forth. So I would say that's kind of the only experience that I have, but that has happened a lot, where it's like people will force you force you to record and do things like that, and then uploading. You don't know that these things are being uploaded, so it is a big mess, and it all entangles with each other.
Thank you again for everyone for sharing what you've shared with us. And I think, the problem is massive. It's moving faster. It is moving faster than government. That's kind of by design. Government is kind of slow by design, I think. But we really do have to do what we can do as government. There's so much on families. Parents have to be educated about what is really happening. And I think one of the first things parents have to do is they've got to get a handle on this for themselves so that they can help their kids. But I will say just one other little commercial. One place where government in Texas can make a very big impact is we can certainly make sure that one of the places where kids are being exposed to these kinds of things is not in their classroom and their school library. And so I look forward to working on legislation on that again. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me thank the witnesses, in particular, Ms. Wiggins, Mr. Broom, for your candor, for your vulnerability, coming before us and exposing a very dangerous situation for all children, and not just in Texas, but in the nation. And so to the doctors, thank you for your research and your experience that you bring forward. It is a big issue, but I think we need to look for the most simple responses, the ones that, as we talked, as you mentioned, the lack of a father for Mr. Broom. I can't get away from listening to Ms. Wiggins when you were saying that there were no parents. There were no parents for you. There were no parents for the other foster kids. There were no parents for, and the state has been dealing with that issue for quite some time. And as wards of those children, we need to step in and act as a parent if we in any way that we can, because many times these children are not in a foster home. That we sometimes can't find appropriate placements for these kids. And so it's easy for people to prey on them. And so we've got to find a way to put some logic forward to step in and help these kids. And they're children, like you, Mr. Broom mentioned, brains aren't fully developed, and we've got a lot of work to do. So I just want to say that I'm sorry, the doctor from California. I've got your name here, Dr. Epstein. Epstein or Epstein? Epstein. So, fortunately, in Texas, this issue is not a partisan issue. I think we all have the best interest of our children here, and we're going to move forward in a way that makes sense. Appreciate the research. But I think for me, you had mentioned Google and the data and all of that. I think that is a federal commerce issue. It's more of a potentially an international issue that let's let the federal government. But what the chair said is where I hope we're going to be, and not wait for the federal government to solve the Google or the data problem, but let's figure out how we can start putting up some guardrails and some safety measures for young people. I think that's what we got to step forward first and start teaching kids about digital literacy early on. I think that's the other thing. We need to start teaching them about this, because children are intelligent and they do absorb a lot and they do learn. And so just like the other day when our 4-year-old granddaughter was complaining about the car seat and stuff, so if it took a simple explanation about if I brake hard, everything's going to fly forward, and you don't want to fly forward and go through that windshield. And if you're not buckled in, that's what's going to happen. All of a sudden, the complaining stopped. So children are smart, and they can capture information. We're going to have to do what we can to help them. So, Mr. Chairman, I have funeral to get back to, but I have been purposely trying to be quiet, but it's hard to do so with such an important issue, and I just want to thank you. I also want to invite our House colleagues to please let us know. Everybody's giving commercials here for their bills, so you might as well start, well, I've got some of mine. I haven't brought them up yet, but we all going to work together as one state. And there are a few instances where I can tell you there's 100% unanimity in the past. It's been helping our military families and veterans, and I think this will be one of those as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Amen to that. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love the opportunity to promote our bills and look forward to working with the Senate as well from the House side on very important issues, including this one. Mr. Broom and Ms. Wiggins, thank you very much for sharing your personal experience and the vulnerability to come in and provide some guidance to lawmakers from the experience that you had as children online. Mr. Broom, I do want to clear one thing up because I take very seriously the testimony that is put on this record and how 20, 30 years people will look at what we said. And you mentioned force, fraud, or coercion. And I want to clarify, when you said that, you meant over the age of 18, because as you know, in Texas, you are a victim of sexual exploitation and human trafficking if you are caused by any means under the age of 18. And so I knew you knew that, but I didn't want somebody to listen to your testimony and think that that was the only definition. And you're right, force, fraud, and coercion is for an adult, and that can have a lot of meanings. Most people think it means putting in shackles or held in a room, but what I'm always moved by with victims that I've gotten to work with is the mental side, the fraud. And most of that mental manipulation was seeded when they were kids earlier in life. And you talked about exposure pornography at a young age. And I would bet if anybody had asked you at the time if you were freely and knowingly doing it, you would have said yes, right? Sure. I'm doing this on my own. But today, you recognize that you were taken advantage of as a child, being exposed to something by somebody who should have known better or protected you, and it has drastically changed your life. Would you talk to us, because you said something so important. You said you are an anomaly and that so many other folks didn't make it out. Will you tell us again, how has what happened to you as a child, how does that impact you on a daily basis today as an adult who obviously is doing very well?
Yeah, I would say in addition to the force, fraud, and coercion, so I work for large companies like Penthouse and Hustler, and they had, again, so teen being one of the primary niches that they shot a lot of. Well, there was a series called Barely Legal, and girls would show up on their 18th birthday. So if they showed up on their 18th birthday, what was the flight that was arranged? What was the conversation that was had prior to their 18th birthday? So I would say that force, fraud, or coercion did not happen post 18. It happened before, and that was almost 20 years ago on Craigslist, and how they would be photoshops. There were photo shoots that were advertised. They would show up to a photo shoot, and then they would ask to do one thing, and then another, and then when they were told to stop, and this is coming from pretty much every girl that was in the industry with, they showed up for a photo shoot. They did more than they wanted to do. When they said they wanted to stop or they wanted to leave, the photographer would say the same thing. I'm going to post these photos anyway. Your life is going to be ruined, and if you don't continue, then I'm not going to pay you. So that certainly sounds like force, fraud, or coercion to me. But in
or it was caused by any means.
Right.
And the minute they turned 18, the law changed.
Yeah.
But as a prosecutor, I would look at the totality of the circumstance leading up to that time,
amen.
right?
Amen.
And I would recognize the introduction that was made to that individual under the age of 18.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would say, like, to the extent where, I'm 40, and it's, I've been out of the industry for 11 years, and there should be people that I knew that were alive today. And there's 40 people that I was in the industry with that financially they were very successful, yet they've died of either overdose or self-harm. Every roommate I've ever had dead. And then there's a number around 500 over the last 25 years when you add in murder and things like that. And it's because you believe the lie that you cannot change. And again, that industry based, it's built upon manipulation. So this is not something you do, this is who you are. And when it becomes who you are, there's nothing else you can do. And I think that's why consent's so important. Every time I would film a scene, the consent was filmed prior to. Do you consent to X, Y, and Z? Why would you film it before? Well, they would manipulate the guys and the girls and then say, hey, we don't want you to have the extra time to redo your makeup and all this. So while you're not disheveled, let's go ahead and film this consent for what you've already done, yet you have not yet done. And then they have the video consent. You have the documentation that, of course, you don't read. And what happens is 5-10 years goes by, and there's not a day that's gone by that myself or my wife hadn't got, some kind of, image via social media. There's over 1,000 fake accounts of me on multiple social media, and there's really nothing I can do about that. I'm 11 years removed from that. I did over 1,000 scenes, but there's probably 100,000 pieces of content. When you sign a release, what you don't read in the fine print is that we're going to sell this to as many third parties as we desire, and they partition the content. So I found myself on dating websites, on sex toys, and I never was compensated for that. I was never, asked for permission for that. There's no, you don't get royalties. You don't get residual payments. You're a one-time, you get paid a one-time fee. You're an independent contractor and you get, a one-time fee. Yet there's still stuff on the internet today. But to answer your question that you asked in the beginning, well, what the industry does is that when someone would die of suicide, they would make a compilation of their films and say, this is a tribute to, but we know how attention is monetized. So they would take the very tragedy which led to their demise and monetize it. So that's the industry in which we live.
And you mentioned earlier the idea that even in filming, they would try to make the girl look as young as possible. And I know from my time prosecuting these cases, even where 2 children were being sold, photograph of 2 together, one had braces, one didn't.
Yeah.
The repeated text message from the Johns, the buyers, was, I want the ones with braces. And so you're right, that industry and that visual that is being shown to you is creating an appetite to physically perform by the buyers and the Johns. And Miss Wiggins, I want to ask, if you don't mind, because you talked about knowing folks who have been victims within the human trafficking world. From what you know and what you do, is this just something you get over, or is this something that you carry with you?
No. So I know to this day, I have personally a very hard time making connections with men in general. Not even romantic, but I mean, I've met someone who I now look at like a big brother, but just being alone with him longer than 5 minutes without his wife being around, I just I couldn't do it. I had all these thoughts and I would just become very anxious that he would try to manipulate me or something would happen. And to this day, I work with, like I said, I work at the Harris Center for Mental Health and IDD, and my youngest client is 7. And I've received complaints from their mom that they're on chat sites and dating sites. And I think right now, that's something really hard that I have to deal with. And, it's hard to step aside from that because I was there, I was that child. And just trying to help them while also remain grounded in where I am right now in my life. But I would definitely say those have been the hardest things, just trying to create genuine connections with people without feeling like I'm going to be taken advantage of.
Yeah. And you mentioned the chat and a 7-year-old, and we know vulnerable populations, pimps, exploiters, they'll go where they are.
Yeah.
If they're in a mall, if they're in a school, if they're online, they'll find a way to get there. And you probably know as well that there's language or lingo within that community, like I keep throwing out, Johns, pimps, tricks, licks, right? Roses, the blade, all these things that we know people that want to buy and engage in this contact will use. And they flat out use them right there online, don't they? Yeah. And you mentioned it. If I try to put a song on a post that's copyrighted, within seconds, they've created an algorithm to say, no way. And yet they don't mind allowing these terms. I got cut off. It is big tech. Bring it back. All right, we're back. All right. They don't mind allowing these terms to not function as the same block to say, we're not letting this pimp on this island over here contact this 8-year-old over here. And you've seen it.
Yes, there's been multiple times I've been on Instagram or TikTok and someone will be like, let me trick you out. And I'm like, oh.
And you know what that means, right?
Yeah.
And if we all know what that means, certainly the brilliant minds at the companies, they know what it means. And just in the same way they cut down the potential for a lawsuit on a copyright infringement, they could sure shut this down in an instant, right?
Yeah.
But today it's still going on. And it's not like we don't know. It's not like we've not talked about it. It's pretty open and obvious, right? I got to say, I was preparing for this hearing, and I had a conversation with my team about your background to come and talk about pornography. The next time I got on X, because I got to check it to know what people are saying, there were people having sex on a beach in Brazil. And I don't look at that stuff. And in the first few things that, again, I had to get away from, but X was feeding me, and you talked about it. You said something to me. You said, it is not cool to criticize Elon. What did you mean by that?
Well, all of
Because
you,
let's be honest and be bipartisan, right?
well, all of you are carrying, for example, surveillance devices with you. This is not. This is a secure phone. We make these for our top level staff. This does not listen. It does not track my location. The devices you carry, they literally listen, record, transmit everything. If you disconnect from your service provider, they're still listening and recording. And the moment you reconnect, they upload everything that they've just stored. And on a lot of phones now, if you turn off the power, they're still listening and still tracking you. Remember a few years ago, you could take the batteries out, and now you can't? They're all soldered in. That's so you can never turn the phone off. You think it's off, all the lights are off, but it's still functioning. So I work with people like yourselves all the time. I have for a long time. I made some very good friendships, but you guys are really slow. Let me tell you, you are so slow. Tech moves so fast. You don't even, they solder in the batteries. No one pays any attention. They solder in the batteries for a reason. It's so that they can track what you're saying, what you're doing, even when you think your phone is off. When we have meetings at my institute, we have Faraday bags and Faraday boxes. We throw all of our electronics into these sealed containers. How many of you here do that as a regular practice? That's a big nobody. Occasionally, okay. Yeah, well, but a lot of you are lawyers, and you chances are you've talked to clients with surveillance devices nearby, and without trying to block these transmissions. I'm just saying, tech moves fast, and that, again, I talk about selling a bill, brings me back to monitoring, because monitoring moves as fast as tech does. Monitoring is tech. It's good tech fighting bad tech, and we're not waiting around for any laws or regulations. We're collecting the evidence, what will be used as evidence. We're collecting it 24 hours a day right this second. Go to americasdigitalshield.com and you'll see. And it's a lot of wonderful, patriotic Americans that have allowed us to build this. It's cost us about $7.5 million so far to build what we have. And this is, we're in the fight now, right this second. And that's what you guys have to figure out how to do, is to go faster.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. Thank you. And he mentioned, and I listened as he talked about data, and then Dr. Epstein also got back to the addictive nature, that combination of the addiction will help you get more data, that will help you sell more ads, or help you get more production or a product that is out there. I want to talk to you about the addictive side, because I have seen you come testify on substance abuse and addiction and adolescence, and this brain that doesn't quite fully cook or develop basically until you're 25, right?
Yep.
And I know we're saying 18, and I think that's right. We're talking about 18, but reality is, are you able at this point, because this is relatively new, are you able to figure out what the long-term projection is for this current generation of adolescents that have been tainted by and damaged by some of the things that they're seeing on social media?
No, I mean, we can't have long-term data because everything is so new. I run into the same struggle with e-cigarettes and cancer. Like, it takes a long time to get cancer. It takes a long time to get long-term effects. But I mean, we're reasonable people with common sense, and we can see where this is headed. Once again, when and I think the research on researchers would argue even over the word addiction, right? Because different people have different words of this is not a recognized addiction by the DSM. Social media isn't, gaming is. But this is where I think we just needed to use common sense and look at the world around us and see what our patients are doing, see what their parents are doing. And so no specific research, just common sense and stories over and over and over again. And it's so hard to parent now. It's so hard. I just feel so bad for parents who are in the weeds with this. I'm just out of in the weeds with my young adults. But, it's easy to tell a parent, just say, no screens, no screen time. But it's not like telling them you have to finish your homework before you can go play outside. It's addictive. It's drawing them in. And so these parents are just fighting every day. And these are active. I'm talking about even parents who are there in good, stable households and who are active and who are trying. It's miserable. Because the kids
almost
are just
impossible.
Fighting. Yeah, it's miserable. We're making parenting miserable.
And we're asking parents to be the guardians around a filter. When you said it best, they created VPN, whatever it was. The company was already prepared to build around the parent's ability to have a filter, right? And that's one of the things that I question on the algorithm, because the algorithm can stop the pimp from getting to the child on the bridge to the two islands, but the algorithm has the ability to also be the one to prevent it, right? So that algorithm issue, it goes both ways, right? They could program it to do a better job, right?
Yeah, and I think that's where sometimes it gets caught up in court with free speech issues.
Sure.
But, I would just say, in my ideal world, you would just see who you follow. If you're a minor and your parents would know who you follow, and you would see who you follow, and you could connect with your friends and not with outside adults or people you don't know. And I think that would be a wonderful thing.
Want to ask about the addiction and this concept of brain damage or permanency. I know you said we don't have it yet. This population has not aged to 50. Do you have an opinion on the impact that these things are having on brain development long term? I mean, if you could forecast it based on your expertise and what you know, what is your concern for 20, 30 years from now for this generation?
Yeah, it's the inability to hold attention for longer than 3 minutes, TikTok length video. It is when you look at pornography, it's unhealthy relationships and unhealthy standards for relationships. So I think it's harming. It's just staying alone in your room and not having friends. We know that social interaction is such a huge part of being human, and this isn't social interaction. The kids think it is, and it's not. All of us who are old enough to have this experience of healthy relationships knows that this isn't the same thing, but kids are thinking it's the same thing. So, yeah, I think it's a danger to the fabric of our society. And we're seeing, I have older adolescents who parents have let them switch to online school, and all they're doing is sitting in their room doing online school a few hours a day and then video games the rest of the time or TikTok. It cannot be good for their brains.
And let me ask you about that, because something came up when Senator Kolkhorst talked about screen time and just like in school, putting these kids on an iPad, putting them on a screen, and that's basically teaching. How important is recess and kids being brought to a community in a setting to have people that are not just in their home life, but the diversity of experiences and that interaction, that ability for children to play and interact with each other? How important is that to development long term?
Free play is everything to develop.
All right. Tell me about it.
Free play is everything to develop and academic success. So we know that kids need to be out on a playground making their own rules, policing each other. When you see kids imaginative play, younger kids playing out, I'm a police officer, I'm a teacher, all of this stuff, it's critical to development. So absolutely free play, and once again, screens don't provide that. Or parents think that they get on these learning apps and it's going to teach their children language. You can't get language from a screen. You get language from the face and the parent or the other people interacting with you. So we know that language development doesn't happen that way. So and I think when you talk about screens in schools, they can serve some benefit. That's what's so complicated about this, right? Social media can have benefits. Screens in schools can have benefits because we're preparing them for a future workforce. They need to know how to use Excel. They need to know how to teach my kids how to write an appropriate email, right? This is part of your professional training. But what's the right balance?
And so if we were seeing in some school districts the reduction of recess or the reduction of community time, and we're seeing that happen in Houston, is that something that we should equally be worried about, that we're not giving kids an opportunity to learn and grow in adolescence? We're just forcing them to sit behind a screen and prepare for a test? It scares the hell out of me.
Yes, and American Academy of Pediatrics does have a policy statement on the importance of recess in school. And exercise too, just getting out, exercising, and once again, this has been shown to help academic improvement and just enjoying going to school, not being miserable.
I can't remember if it came up or if I'm just thinking about the book that you referenced, Anxious Generation, but we made a policy decision decades ago for child safety seats or seat belts. Can you imagine if the car industry just said, not going to put them in? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Representative Slauson, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments from colleagues up here today, and especially Senator, the reiteration that this is definitely a bipartisan effort. It certainly was last session when we all worked on HB 18 to try and make some improvements there. Dr. McGee, thank you for talking about golden retrievers, because I know what is going to be on my X feed later when I do a little catch up on the world of politics. We all aren't that far removed from the attention spans like our children. And when we are noticing that our posts are being throttled because of a political nature, it's probably part of us responding to that trigger too of, are we reaching the audience that we're trying to reach and engage there? So I look forward to having some levity in the feed later today when other things to constituents aren't getting out. Doctor, I believe that you mentioned a moment ago, correct me if I'm wrong, that the DSM recognizes gaming or gambling as an addiction, but does not recognize any form of social media or media exposure. Can you explain?
Yes. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, so this isn't my area of expertise. But yes, those two are recognized. Social media is not recognized as an addiction. When I talk to child psychiatrists, sometimes kids will meet the definition of like obsessive compulsive disorder when it comes to these. Frequently, these kids who are really truly struggling with it will meet criteria for depression, anxiety. So they'll be treating for those things. But as far as a specific DSM category, my understanding is those are not currently recognized as an addiction.
Do you know the process for something becoming recognized?
I do not.
Okay. I see Dr. Epstein nodding. Do you know the process for it to become recognized in the DSM as an addiction?
Unfortunately, I do. And you would be horrified. In fact, it reminds me of something that I heard Arnold Schwarzenegger say once, which is that there are two things you just don't want to know anything about. One is how sausages are made, and the other is how legislation is made. And even worse than those two, believe it or not, is how these categories are arrived at. They're done with consensus panels, and they're often not data-based. And in fact, I can tell you that in the DSM-5, which is the most recent version, there's not a single diagnostic category in the entire DSM-5 that is tied to any known physical, biological defect. Not one. So really, this is done by consensus, opinion. These consensus panels meet in secret. And there are a lot of people in the mental health fields who have strongly objected for decades to how the DSM is created. One of the things that just happened in the most recent version is they added grief as a mental disorder. Now, why would they do that? Well, because it dramatically increases their customer base and increases the amount of money they can get out of insurance companies. But grief, I think, is a healthy thing, not a mental disorder. Now, regarding gaming and the internet, what you're going to find is that some of these categories are in the appendix of what's called the DSM-5 TR. So in the most recent version, they're in the appendix and they're considered to be under discussion. And that just means, again, people have been fighting on these panels and they can't quite agree.
You also talked rightly about how the commodity is our attention span. And when we have individual stories like we hear today, that the industry will refer to those as glitches. And I suppose you're in the business a bit of analyzing glitches and aggregating glitches for us. And I would hope, and I guess my question for you is, as you were looking, for example, you have a sheet in here about Google and the responsiveness of the industry when you started publicizing how they were pushing out electoral content. Do you have the ability through that to also be tracking the pivot, how the hydra grows a new head? Because it doesn't just go away, the industry changes to continue delivering that content. Are you able to not just monitor what they're pushing out, but where they move to next?
Well, yes, the system is automatically collecting everything so that we can go back in. In fact, this is starting to happen now because we have so much data. We can go back in and look at where there might have been shifts. And imagine years and years of this kind of data. This is terabytes of data, by this massive amounts of data. But imagine being able to go back in time and watch, and find those shifts, look for those shifts. The problem without a monitoring system is all this content that's affecting people is what they call at Google ephemeral. So in 2018, there was a leak from Google to the Wall Street Journal of emails in which Google employees were discussing how can we use ephemeral experiences to change people's views about Trump's travel ban. So ephemeral content, that's search results, that's these feeds you're getting on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook. All of that stuff is ephemeral, meaning it's fleeting. It appears on the screen, it affects people, and then it's gone. It disappears forever, and it's not stored anywhere. So unless someone is doing the kind of monitoring that we're doing, you can't go back in time. But yes, short answer to your question is absolutely. Given the kind of monitoring we're doing, we can see shifts. In fact, we saw shifts. We saw shifts in the 2024 election. We saw Google make very dramatic and sudden shifts as a result of our monitoring. So we know that you can affect them. I mean, it can be done.
And you're right. We move slow as legislators. I want us to, though, honestly. I don't want us to move at the speed of industry and technology. I think we do a better job in Texas than a lot of our counterparts at gathering as much information as we can and making the best decisions that we can every other year. And then being willing to show up at the Supreme Court and see how we might need to adapt and tweak going forward. One of the things that I want to emphasize, though, is the importance of those anecdotes, too. And I know you didn't mean to imply that they're not, but to our panelists on the end here, your anecdotes and your willingness to give your very personal, very vulnerable testimony is so important to everybody that sits up here. You being here today, we had parents, we had kids here last session telling horrific stories about things they had experienced as a result of exposure to social media. So while we do need aggregates to be able to say as a society what's happening, your willingness to come and be a face and a voice for a lot of people who may not have found their voice, may not be able to, may not even be with us anymore, is critical and valued. I also made a note here, and Senator Menendez touched on it too, that Ms. Wiggins, you grew up in a different environment than some folks. And you mentioned that you had foster home experience and group home experience. When we worked on HB 18 last session, we were trying to figure out that piece of the puzzle, how to protect the most vulnerable of the most vulnerable. And we did the best that we could in defining a verified parent as being a parent or a guardian. But I think that it misses some kids like you growing up. And I'm just curious from you to know, who were the protectors when you grew up? Who is somebody that, had they had the ability to set some gates or guides on media for you, might have been in the right role for them?
So I would say a lot of my trafficking happened through a friend, while it did happen through media as well. And from that friend, I kind of turned myself back into the system because we ran away from our abusive foster homes. And when I turned myself back in, my DSS worker came to the conclusion like I needed to go be a part of a program for young women who were trying to get out of the life. And so I was in that program. It's called Courtney's House. It's in Washington, D.C. And I was in Courtney's House, and they do a lot of education on trafficking, being in the life, and protecting young women that are trying to get out of the life. And through them, I met NCOSE, the National Center for Sexual Exploitation, and Eleanor Gayetan, the vice president. She's been very, very just like helpful as far as educating me. And I would say Tina Front, the owner of Courtney's House, and Eleanor Gayetan, like they've just been amazing. Those were the people that kind of helped me understand what was happening, what situations I could have prevented, what situations, if someone was there, could have prevented for me, and just kind of guiding me through that and helping me through that. And so I would say those were the two people that really, really helped me, but that didn't happen until I was 16 years old. And so, I mean, I was exposed to a lot from the age of like 9. And so it took a very long time for me to get to that point of receiving the help and receiving the support. And I communicated things with DSS workers, like this is going on, this is happening, and nothing was solved. And so it kind of took me running away and making a big scene in order for them to kind of see like, oh wow, this is something serious. And so they've been very supportive, very helpful to this day, and I'm very grateful for them.
Very good. Thank you so much for that. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and your testimony. I know when we sit here and try to figure out what is government's role in all of this, and some of us up here are limited government people, including myself, but I see this as a massive public safety crisis, and I think public safety is a role of government. So I do believe it is our role to get this figured out. Several things were said that I want to ask about, and even when we look at parents can do and be as vigilant as possible, and you can make sure your child's phone is locked down, they don't have social media, but when they go to a friend's house or a cousin's house or at school on another child's device. And so parents can do everything possible in their power, but when they're out of their care, then what? So how do we rein all that in, which is, again, part of why we are here. A lot was discussed, and I appreciate Senator Kolkhorst and Senator Paxton and Representative Slauson talking about stuff with schools and the school issue devices. Part of what we did with HB 18 last session was on school issued devices. And one thing that TEA has to issue guidelines to school districts, which they have done, is on the amount of time children spend on school issue devices and what is age appropriate. And part of this issue with the school issue devices was brought up because I had 2 constituents reach out to me because their children were reached by predators on school issued devices. And parents assume that because it's issued by a school, that it is safe, and that is so far from the truth. We also deal with, I talked to my school districts about it, and several of them deal with lawsuits when they try to block or ban beyond the federal requirement. It could be very inappropriate websites, things that allow chat features with anyone around the world, and then they are threatened with lawsuits or they are sued. And so part of HB 18 was to try to resolve that so we can protect these kids. TEA did issue guidelines, and it seems like the school districts, many of them, most of them, are not following them. So we need to figure out this for next session to add more teeth to it, and also make sure that we are not giving unfunded mandates to schools on how to address the problems. So that's something that we are looking at for next session. And so I just wanted to mention that it is being looked at. The advisories were sent out to the school districts. It's, are they following them? And Dr. Epstein, you mentioned something about grief being added to a mental health condition. And Representative Johnson and I sit on youth health and safety. And one thing that drives me crazy in that committee is we consistently hear we need more money for this, for that. And while I understand there is a crisis, there is major profit in having patients and not in prevention. And so there is very little work being done on what is causing all of this in these children and how to stop it. And I get very fed up. So adding normal life experiences like grief as a mental health condition, there is nothing that drives me more insane than that. And Senator Kolkhorst brought up data mining issue on school issued devices and asking kids, are you sad? That was another issue that got brought up with constituents. And that is horribly inappropriate. Asking, I mean, some of them were even kind of political questions, second or third grader on, are you sad today? And all of these types of things. Well, where does that data go? How long does that follow them? Does a question that a second or third grader is asked then follow them their whole life and into adulthood? And so these are some of the issues that we tried to tackle in HB 18 with school issued devices. And so we definitely have to come back next session and make sure that that is being followed. Perfect. And so one of the things I wanted to ask is on the amount of time children spend on devices, when is there, I guess, where would the best place to look as we are trying to get our school districts to enforce this? What is appropriate for the amount of time? Where do we go to set these guidelines for our schools? And yeah, I guess if anyone can answer that, we'll start there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would need to go to the education literature as far as looking at scientific data, and I follow medical literature, not education literature. Jonathan Haidt, who he mentioned, has a database, a publicly available database of all of the studies regarding media in minors. So that can be a starting point. And I do know, the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Psychological Association are also really looking at these issues. And the American Academy of Pediatrics has a media center now where they're looking at these issues. But I have not seen any data-driven appropriate number of hours per day in school. Certainly, we talk about age-appropriate out-of-school number of hours per day, limiting it to 1 hour per day is really what the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends on school days for non-educational. But yeah, I think it does make it hard for parents because they think their kid's working on homework and really they're playing a game on their computer or whatever. So I appreciate your efforts.
If anyone else has anything, if not, I'll ask my other questions. A couple of the things that we've heard, and we heard in Youth Health and Safety when HB 18 was discussed was, we've heard a lot today about pornography and all of that, but during that testimony, we also heard about children and minors being able to purchase drugs through social media, even by searching with an emoji. And there were some young kids who testified on being able to do that, and sadly parents whose children had died of fentanyl overdoses were testifying about that. And so it doesn't seem like social media companies have done anything about that. So while pornography is one problem, we also have this other problem of kids being able to purchase drugs. And I mean, there are kids that we're talking about, they would search an emoji, then someone would message them, and then the drug dealer would come to their house. And I mean, way worse things could have happened. And so is there anything beyond what y'all have already shared that you can share with us specifically on the issue of drugs and online and social media, anything that we should know and that we can do when we're looking at these bills?
Yeah, 100%. When I talk to my colleagues who are psychiatry addiction specialists, what they say is teenagers can get on Instagram and get Percocet delivered to their home within 15 minutes if they're in an urban area. And this Percocet is not necessarily Percocet, can easily be laced with fentanyl. And so kids know how to do that. That's why I feel so strongly about not allowing DMs from people you don't follow, and that parents be able to see a list of people who they're following or chatting with. I think that, a lot of this goes on through DMs, through these social media sites. So that would be very helpful.
Can I add a little bit there?
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry, did I interrupt you?
Oh, you can go.
I just wanted to say that I think we're being a little bit naive here, because the fact is that if you block your son or daughter, there are ways around the blocks. I mean, I literally have in my pocket right now a flash drive that has Tor on it. I don't know if are you familiar with Tor? Well, Tor stands for the Onion Router. It's been around a long, long, long time. It gives you access to the dark web, which is actually much bigger than the internet we have access to, and it's used by used for good and bad purposes. It's used by criminals, but it's also used by freedom groups or fighting various battles in different countries. So, but the point is that any young person who at least is friends with someone who has the tech skills can get onto Tor. You can get around every single block that's on a phone and get into the dark web and order anything, literally anything, including guns. So I just think we just don't want to be naive here. I know as a devoted parent that we try to put blinders on sometimes because we just can't handle it, all the threats that are out there. But believe me, when it comes to the internet, you have no idea really what we're up against. It's completely unprecedented in human history, and it's moving and changing and developing faster and faster and faster, and the people are making lots and lots of money. And how do they make the money? They make the money by addicting people. And it's the young people. This is what I think that we can't really predict very well, but I think the young people who are being raised this way, practically from day one, they're just not going to know anything different.
Right.
And they're going to think that this stuff is all okay. And it's not.
Did you want to add anything?
I did. I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So
Could
some
I,
of the
could I just say one more thing? And I
Please.
swear I'll shut up. I don't want to say another word. But I'm afraid of something. I know this is Texas, and you might be mad at me for saying what I'm going to say, but and I wish Senator Hughes were here to hear this. But I'm
There he is.
Oh.
See?
I personally lean left politically. So some of you know that, and you invited me anyway, so good for you. And I was not a Trump supporter, but I did help him get at least an extra 5 million votes that he wouldn't have gotten otherwise by leveling the playing field and pushing big tech, Google in particular, pushing them pretty much out of the election. In the past elections, I haven't been quite so successful at doing that, but this time I did. And I'm proud of that, because I'd rather have a free and fair election than have the particular candidate or party that I like, in office. But I'm scared, because what I'm seeing happen right this second, it's happening right before our very eyes, is that Elon Musk, not only, of course, he bought Twitter and then got rid of all of the screeners and the moderators, but now he's talking about buying MSNBC and doing the same thing. And all the big tech companies are now cozying up to President Trump. They've all visited him in Mar-a-Lago. They're all making 7-figure donations to his inauguration. And now Meta is getting rid of its screeners and moderators. And I think we might be headed right this second into a situation that's far worse than the one we've been dealing with already, wherein anything goes, you see? Because the opposite of censorship, which of course the liberals have gone just way too far, in their efforts to do, but the opposite of censorship is complete chaos. and literally exposing young people, in particular, people of all ages, to anything. I mean, Twitter is a pretty scary place right now, and there really is porn there right now. And that could happen across the board with all of these websites, including all the big social media websites. And I'm scared that this might occur.
A couple more quick questions. You had talked about the IDD community, and one of the concerns is, especially with parents of children with IDD and being in schools, again, with the school issued devices, how they are even more vulnerable than the average child. They are more gullible and very trusting. And so can you, if you have any other ideas to help beyond what we've talked about to further protect children within the IDD community?
So I actually grew up with, well, I had an IDD, so I was on an IEP, and I was in an alternative school. I'm not sure what you guys call them here in Texas, but I guess alternative school. And I would say I didn't really face any problems while in school as far as accessing websites or being on devices too much while in school. But I do agree with what you said, having that intellectual development disability. I would say I was very vulnerable to a lot of the things that I accessed or people that approached me, and a lot more gullible than the average young adult or child. So I don't know if I can really speak on that because I didn't face any problems. I would just say what we've been talking about and what's been discussed will help in general, like just preventing kiddos with IDD or strong mental health diagnosis accessing those types of things.
Thank you. And one last thing, when we're talking about pornography, one thing that hasn't been talked about is cartoon pornography and how kids can see that and not realize even what they're watching and that it's bad, and how that can then lead into pornography as we all are talking about it today. So can anyone here talk about that?
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, pornography by definition is the depiction of sex. So I think if we start there, then if that is pornography, then, I'm speaking more so from, a biblical standpoint, but if pornography is the depiction or imagery of sex, then I think we're naive to think, well, like if it's anime or cartoon or if it's drawings, it's any less damaging than if it was, anything else. And again, like looking at AI. So right now, people can utilize AI, grab an image, create a cartoon or anime like pornography, or even create a doll, create pornography with that doll that they made through AI that which originally was a person, and there's no legislation or protection around that. So I think that, again, like when we get away from calling things what they actually are, we deem them less abrasive. Mm-hmm. So I would say there is no difference neurologically. It's like you're thinking about the damage that it does to the prefrontal cortex of a brain. It doesn't matter if it's anime or drawings or a video. Like, yes, there can be levels to that, but all damaging across the board.
And I have had a patient in our practice who we have had to send to abuse counseling after she was viewing anime porn. I think she was 6 or 7 when the parents found explicit images that she had drawn, and they didn't know where that was coming from. Mm-hmm. So we sent her to Children's Assessment Center. So, and this was years ago, but yeah, it is to me a form of abuse of a child to expose them to these type of things. And this was anime. Parents thought that they had turned on anime video on YouTube.
Thank you all. Yeah, I had a constituent who had her child was able to download an adult anime app on a school issued device and was able to access adult anime, and then two adult male predators reached her through the adult anime app and was sending her nude photos through the adult anime app on a school issued device. So thank you all very much. Really grateful for each of your testimonies today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative Hall. Senator Cole, of course, you're recognized.
Just to follow up, thank y'all for your questions. Excellent questions. I have some bills for y'all. I'd love for you to file them in the House as well on some of those issues that we're talking about. I love the part of exercise and playground, and we've gotten away from that, and it's very much needed, and will be a part of a big public health bill that I'm filing very soon. To all of you, we've kind of tippy-toed around some of these issues. Should we ban cell phones in schools?
Yes.
The good doctor?
TMA, TPS, there's no official position. Speaking for myself, as a pediatrician and parent, I wouldn't be against that. There's certainly a lot of schools that are doing that already, and I'd love to see research. I hope that these are being researched and being compared to schools that aren't, so we can tell for sure. Obviously, like everything, it would need to be done thoughtfully. I do have kids who have diabetes, who have blood sugar monitoring apps, stuff like that. So it needs to be done thoughtfully. The schools need to do it thoughtfully, so there are ways for parents to contact kids. That's a big fear of parents, I know, but I personally would have no objection to them sticking there. I went to a Garth Brooks concert and we had to stick our phones in a bag, and they couldn't use them during the whole concert. I wouldn't be opposed. I know some schools are doing that.
There are some schools that are leading on this, and it could be a local issue as well. Thank you. Anybody else have an opinion on that?
I attended a school that actually did that. They took our phones and put it in a bag, and in cases of emergency or health concerns, they would give us our phones at those certain times. But I definitely think it was more effective because we were able to focus in class. We weren't distracted by our devices. There was no texting, no taking pictures. Like it was more effective for our education for them to do that and just give it back to us in times of needs, and then at the end of the day.
As Chair of Health and Human Services in the Texas Senate, I find that sometimes European countries are ahead of us on things like certain additives that are in processed foods in America, and they aren't in other countries, even in North America, where Canada has banned some things that are very addictive and not good for our children or for us. More on that coming as well. But are other countries experiencing the same risk that we're talking about in America? And all the statistics, I have them all right here, of anxiety and of depression and so forth. Or are they doing a better job of banning these addictive formularies and algorithms? And are they doing a better job of protecting their children from porn?
I think a lot of the Ancient Generations research came from the UK, and the byproduct of that research was them banning the cell phones. So I think that wasn't wasn't the only catalyst, but I think that was a primary catalyst in that decision.
Yes, my understanding is a lot of the research on anxiety, depression has been consistent throughout the English-speaking world. And that's how they're able to tie some of that to social media. So if kids in the English-speaking world are exposed to this, they're having the same problems. I think Australia just banned social media for under the age of 16. So we'll see what that effect that has. I think other countries, they may be a little bit ahead of us, but they're not massively ahead of us, enough for us to see what the effects are yet.
Dr. Epstein?
China's having a lot of problems. Japan's having a lot of problems. I think, these companies are they're worldwide companies. We think of them as American, but they're worldwide companies, and they have the same goals in every country on earth. More than 92% of search worldwide. My wife and I lived in the Fiji Islands for a year, and even there, more than 90% of search was done on Google. So, no, these problems are they're pretty widespread. And don't forget, again, I mentioned it briefly. Again, although people don't talk about it, the dark net is there, and it's bigger than the internet that we see. And really, the cool kids in school, those are the ones who know how to access the dark net. Those are the cool ones. So, the problem is bigger than, however big you think the problem is, what I've learned over the years is it's bigger. We haven't even talked at all about the techniques that the companies use to manipulate thinking and behavior. And that's, I have a monograph coming out on this topic, and I talk about 10 different techniques that we have studied and quantified over the years. Brand new techniques made possible by the internet for manipulating people that have never existed before. Again, we haven't even begun to look at that issue. This is we meaning the people of the world, the people of the United States, people of Texas, really need you to dig in on this stuff and understand it and help us.
And then finally, Dr. Epstein, or anyone, but I think with your research, and thank you for your database and your monitoring and bringing forth what you're collecting, because I think out of everything I've heard, that might be the most effective thing in what you're going to be able to do in lawsuits and how that can correct bad behavior. The last question would be, cell phone carriers, is there a cell phone or a cell phone carrier that does a better job that helps parents block bad sites, like Dr. McGee talked about in her opening remarks of how you can potentially make things more homogenous for parents to know how to block things? Is there a cell phone carrier, let's give a commercial if there's a better one than others, that help parents block these sites?
The answer is yes. So if you go to myprivacytips.com, you'll get to an article of mine which begins with the sentence, "I have not received a targeted ad on my mobile phone or computer since 2014. That's me writing. So, and in this article, I talk about all the different options there are for getting more privacy for you and your kids. And I reveal where a lot of the surveillance is occurring, where a lot of the manipulation is occurring. And I also, toward the end, I give some links to organizations that keep track of all this stuff. So they're really, really looking hard to see what's out there. And are there ways to use the internet more safely? Absolutely. Are we educating ourselves and our children? Are we teaching this in school, for example? Absolutely not. And that's wrong. So one of the books I've just started writing is called My Digital Hygiene. And this summer, we're going to post online a new online questionnaire. So far, it's going to be at mydigitalhygiene.com. I hope we come up with something better than that. But the point is, what we're talking about now is teaching everybody, and this should be taught in schools, how to use technology in a way that does not invade our privacy and does not subject us to manipulation. That is an educational issue, and it should be mastered by parents and by teachers in schools.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any other?
Just one quick
Well, of
comment,
course.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
not rushing you. Senator Slauson, please, go ahead.
Forgive me, I don't know the answer to this. Perhaps someone here does. Are there any states that have flipped the script on data collection and made it opt-in only? Or is that a federal issue? Do you know?
There are actually regulations which in some cases require online companies to get people to opt in. But the reality is that a lot of companies have been ignoring those regulations because what they do is they trick people into opting in. So they find ways kind of around the regulations, but that should be standard. It should be, and this nonsense about you just click here, now you're accepting all the terms of these terms of service and the privacy policy. Do you know what's in these privacy policies? What's in Google's privacy policy? Because I've read it multiple times, and whenever they update it, I read it again. It's unbelievable. It basically says that they can track anything you do whenever you're using any kind of Google service, even if you don't know you're using a Google service. The problem with that is tens of millions of websites use Google Analytics because it's free to track traffic to their websites. That means Google has a right to track every single thing you do on tens of millions of websites, even though you don't know Google Analytics are being used. So also, their privacy policy says that they can share your information with unnamed business partners. Then they can hold on to it to protect their company or in order to be in compliance with possible laws that might be passed. In other words, they can hold on to your data forever. So, I don't like this idea where they just trick you into clicking or just hitting enter or doing something, and now all of a sudden you've accepted this massive set of terms of service and privacy policies that you know nothing about.
Which would be a separate contractual issue, possibly, if you're going to engage with a website or a business or something. But to my knowledge, and maybe it's something this committee should look into, is are there any examples out there where the default blanket is opt-in from the get-go? So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, representative members. Any other questions for the witnesses on this panel? I thank each of you. This is so heavy and so important and so difficult, and you've helped us, and you've helped a lot of people who are watching, and of course there's going to be fruit coming from this. I just individually am so thankful for each one who's here, shared with us, and helped us. Mr. Brim, Pastor, I want to ask you something from my part at the end. Your experience is that you're willing to share is helpful to so many people. You talked about roommates and peers and coworkers who had just tragic ends, and how rare it is for someone to have been in that world you were in and to be out. Tell us how you got out. Take your time.
Well, it requires me to talk about my wife, so I'll try not to get emotional. But so I left the industry because I tried to take my life a bunch of times and I didn't have the guts to do it. And I started working the health and fitness business and worked my way up there. And then I met a girl, and I told her how bad I was. And her response was, well, good for you that you're not defined by the worst thing you've ever done or the greatest thing you'll ever do. God alone defines who you are. And she shared the gospel with me and invited me to church. And today, her name's Hope, and we've been married for 9 years, and we've got 4 boys. But there were so many aspects of me getting from A to B, which were people coming around me, like me getting the counseling that I needed. Like for me, like going to Liberty University, getting a theological education, like doing all these things. There's so many people that never had the opportunity for having anyone to believe in them, because when you put their name into a Google search, pornography popped up. And again, they weren't defined by their aspirations, their capabilities, their educations. They were defined by an image search that was tied to their likeness. And I love that I get to sit here and be an example for what is possible. I would love to see the opportunity for me being 11 years removed and that those industries making millions and millions upon of dollars off of my imagery, get to a point where those are taken down, things like that. But for me, it was one person that didn't see me for what I did. They saw me for who I could be, and I pray that each of us have someone like that in our life.
Well, thank you for that. I want to make sure that we're clear. That's very helpful. That's so powerful. Sometimes we use terms and different people have different understandings of those terms. I want to focus on something you said. I want to make sure I get this. You said she shared the gospel with you. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, she shared that that we are all broken at one point of our life, and that God loved us enough to send a Savior because we couldn't save ourselves. That God created this perfect world, and into it entered brokenness, and He loved us enough to provide a solution in His Son. So Jesus came into this world. He lived a perfect life. He faced temptation but never sinned, and He went to the cross and died and paid the debt that we owed. And my faith is in His perfection, in what He did, and that He rose on the third day. And that means that I don't get to be defined by my past. And I might have wounds, but those wounds are now scars, and that scars, they point to a healer, and that healer is Jesus Christ. And so that's what she shared with me, that if I put my faith in Him, that my past doesn't go away, but I can be healed and forgiven, and there's a future that's better.
Thank you. If there's any other questions? Thank each witness. Thank you for being here. You're excused. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman?
The last time I had to follow Senator Hughes speaking at an event, they went around and we had 1 minute to introduce ourselves. And the lady actually stood there with the phone and timed us and gave us 1 minute. And I happened to be sitting across from Senator Hughes, and he gave the entire gospel in 60 seconds, and then it was my turn to talk. And I'm thinking, what do I have to say? There's nothing left to say. So how do you follow that? At this time, the chair calls our next panel, Heidi Olson with Paradigm Shift Training and Consulting, Maureen Molak with David's Legacy, and Zach Whiting with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I'd like to welcome you each up. I want to thank you each for being here today. You've obviously witnessed the previous panel. This one will go in the same fashion. Give you an opportunity to give an opening statement, and then we'll try to reserve our questions for the end for the entire panel, if that's okay. Ms. Olson, we'd like to start with you.
Representative Patterson and Senator Hughes and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. My name's Heidi Olson, and I'm a registered nurse. I'm also a pediatric sexual assault nurse examiner, which means I provide medical and forensic care to kids who have experienced sexual assault. Over the last several years, I've performed and/or reviewed over 1,500 pediatric forensic exams of kids who have been victims of sexual violence. I need to give a trigger warning because what I'm going to share is extremely difficult to hear and process, but I can't sugarcoat the dire situation that we are in. Across the United States, we're seeing a disturbing trend, which is that an alarming number of children are sexually assaulting other children. Data from the last 10 years shows anywhere from a third to almost half of those committing sexual assaults against kids are minors themselves. In fact, the age range most likely to commit sexual assaults are 11 to 15-year-old males, with 14-year-old males being the highest risk to engage in this behavior. And this is not only a concern in the U.S. I know you guys were asking about other countries earlier. This trend is being echoed across many different countries, with the United Kingdom publishing data in 2024 that confirms that the majority of their perpetrators are now minors. There are multiple factors that contribute to why a child would sexually harm another child, but an increasingly common theme we're hearing from offenders is that pornography has influenced them to sexually act out on another child. Research also backs this up with multiple studies showing correlational and causational data between porn use and sexual violence. Let me give you a real-life example of what this looks like. We took care of a traumatized 13-year-old female who told us that her 16-year-old brother came into her room in the middle of the night and stated, "I was looking at porn in my room and I can't stop thinking about it," as he proceeded to violently rape her. Children are very susceptible to what they see in pornography. As was stated earlier, the more they view pornography, the more they want to perform the violent acts that they are seeing. Most kids stumble upon pornography accidentally, again, as you heard, the first time that they see it. But what they're being exposed to is extremely violent and degrading. I won't mince words. Popular themes, what kids are seeing, the 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old going online, are things like strangulation, gagging, hair pulling, slapping, multiple men penetrating one woman, and ejaculation on the face. Many kids are acting out these themes, which should not be surprising because a recent study in the UK estimated that 2/3 of young people are currently addicted, not just exposed to, addicted to online pornography, which includes high rates of female addiction as well. As I've stated earlier, it's important to consider mirror neurons in the brain. Dr. Sharon Cooper, a forensic pediatrician, stated imagery definitely affects children. When a child sees an image of adult pornography, the mirror neurons that are in their brain will convince them they're actually experiencing what they're seeing. That's a frightening reality when 1 in 3 kids state they've seen hardcore porn by the age of 12. Not only is pornography affecting the brains of kids, it's also affecting their bodies and creating erectile dysfunction. One study showed that nearly 1/3 of adolescents they surveyed reported having erectile dysfunction or some type of sexual dysfunction related to porn use. I'll never forget the 14-year-old female that we took care of who was gang raped in a public bathroom by 3 14-year-old males. These are 8th graders. Some of her peers were outside of the bathroom as the trauma unfolded, and instead of her peers intervening, they cheered and clapped when she walked out of the bathroom as if the gang rape was a badge of honor. Why? Because in porn it is. As if all this isn't overwhelming enough, and as you were hearing earlier, pornography is teaching kids that self-exploitation is normal. We've taken care of teenagers who are being trafficked through sites like OnlyFans, and taking care of 11 and 12-year-olds who are sending hundreds of nude photos and videos in exchange for things like gaming tokens, clothes, or gift cards. We took care of an 11-year-old who was raped by a 33-year-old male she met on Snapchat. As her grandmother looked through her phone at the hospital, she was shocked to see that dozens of adult men on social media were crudely asking her granddaughter for pictures of her genitals and soliciting her for sex in exchange for her money. This was an 11-year-old. And these stories of exploitation and trafficking are not outliers. If you talk to first-line responders around the country, they will tell you they're seeing the same heartbreaking trends on a daily basis. Pornography, social media, and technology are facilitating all of this devastation, and I'm barely scraping the surface of the harms we're seeing with kids online. I've talked to countless teens whose sexual abuse has been filmed and shared on social media among their peers. Can you imagine having to go to school when everyone has viewed your rape on Snapchat like it's nothing? I talk to kids frequently about what they're experiencing online, and it's traumatic. It's creating a mental health crisis like we've never seen before. And I believe that I'm just describing the tip of the iceberg if we don't seriously start to consider the impact that devices, social media, and porn exposure are having on our kids. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Whiting, you're up next.
Well, thank you, Senator Hughes and Senator Patterson and members of the committee. Much like you having to follow Senator Hughes in 1 minute, I don't know what I can possibly add, but I'm a policy director and senior fellow for technology policy at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I'm also a dad, so I'm really grateful for everything that each and every one of you have done. What I'd like to do is talk about some of the issues as a matter of policy and legislatively that might come up, some of which have already been mentioned today, but just kind of things that we've seen and heard about, and specifically related to 3 of the charges on social social media, AI, and mobile devices, that charges that you guys are all considering in this committee. So first, on social media and online safety, the moonshot, which the foundation has supported from the beginning, is Representative Patterson, your age verification prohibition on kids being on social media. You filed it last session, you filed it again this session, and we are behind you 100% in enacting that this session. And age verification, as we've talked about, it's not a novel idea. You guys did it last session with HB 1181 with age verification for pornographic websites. This is taking it and applying it to another sliver of the internet, which is social media. So we think it's a good public policy, and we support it. Other areas, which again have been alluded to today, would be things like enhancing default privacy settings for children. I had a colleague who recently updated, well, it was probably a couple months ago, to iOS 18, I believe it was, came out, and all of the privacy settings were at their most permissive. Not at the strongest, at the most permissive. And so things like that, fixing that would be great. Greater transparency in data collection practices. People talked about this before, that you're sort of adhered into agreeing to the privacy agreement in order to use the website. And where do we know? How do we know what's being collected, with whom it's being shared? I went to a European website probably to buy a soccer jersey or an F1 hat or something like that. And they said they would share it with, I'd have to go back and look into the number, but there was a 7, 8, and a 2 in there. I think it was 782 or 872 other partners they would share that information with. Just me searching for a hat. So transparency in data collection practices, and then limiting data collection, sharing, and the transfer of children's data. You guys have done great things with that on bills like HB4 and HB 18, but where there's more that can be done, we will be very happy to support there. AI, I think, is the next sort of great frontier of promise and peril. And unfortunately, we're already seeing lives being upended by online sexual exploitation. There's rampant creation and dissemination of sexually explicit materials, most often of women and often of young girls. There is an AI tool out there. I hate to even give these people credit, but it was called PP Nude. And what you can do is you can upload a picture, an image of someone, including a young girl in Texas who they took a picture of her on a cruise ship, and they nudified her. And then guess where it's all being shared? Social media. So thank you guys for that. And then another thing that I would just mention too is Representative Capriglionis filed a bill, HB 1709, which is TRIGA, which is getting a lot of conversation. This is a year-long stakeholder process in the making, so y'all might be getting phone calls about it. But one of the important pieces in that bill is it prohibits the development or the deployment of underlying AI technologies that can even create CSAM in the first place. So what I'll talk about next is criminally punishing the perverts that use it, but should that tool even be made in the first place? That's a good question. I think not. So the second is punishing the people that disseminate it. Y'all passed a really great bill last session, HB 2700. I testified at a Senate Criminal Justice interim hearing, I believe it was in June of 2024, and there were some law enforcement and prosecutors there, and they were very grateful for the bill. What it did is it put into 3 sections of the criminal code using AI and generative technologies for the depiction of an actual child. What they testified is that sometimes it is not an actual child that is being portrayed, but it could be an amalgamation of 2 children, siblings, and that sort of thing. And so South Dakota had a law where you would change the standard from an actual child to indistinguishable from an actual child, and there was a bill filed by Representative-elect Schaffner to do that. And then lastly, I'll touch on the digital devices. Representative Hull, you mentioned your language on school-issued devices that was put into HB 18. That's fantastic. Other members as well are talking about the use of personal devices being used in school, and I know, having spoken with a lot of members, there's concerns about unfunded, mandates and that sort of thing. If I were to answer the question that was asked among the last panel, should they be banned during instructional time? Personal devices, yes, absolutely. I've talked to some moms and even my wife who have concerns about from a safety perspective, but from public policy perspective, that's good. And then as my time's expiring, I'll just mention default default device filtering, SB 417 that was mentioned earlier. Great bill. Hopefully we'll get it across the finish line. And another witness testified about the app stores. And I would just say, I don't know legislatively if there's a fix there on the app stores, but more transparency in how those age ratings are determined. I've seen apps where that are rated 4+. I have 2 young kids that are rated 4+, and you get in and use those apps, and there are things in there, particularly in advertisements, that 40-year-olds should not be seeing. And I'm approaching 40, and I should not be seeing it. So anyways, those are just some of the things that we're hearing about. I'm sorry I went over. Happy to answer any questions when we're done with our testimony.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Molek, you're up next. You can tell us about David's legacy and all that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm Maureen Molak, co-founder of David's Legacy Foundation, and I wish that my outcome was better than it is. 9 years ago, I lost my 16-year-old son to David after a year-long addiction to social media and online gaming and several months of cyberbullying. And I use that term addiction because I don't know how else to describe it. He would get angry and aggressive when we would try to get him to stop. He was lying about completing his schoolwork. He was sneaking around using his devices when they were supposed to be locked up. And then there towards the end, he started stealing from us in order to purchase virtual assets to increase his player power through these gaming platforms. And even after David had a basketball injury, which was why he was spending so much time online. And even after he was medically cleared to go back to play basketball, he no longer had the desire to do that. Instead, he preferred to sit behind a screen. And that's when the cyberbullying started. And it was the final match on a huge bonfire that just exploded in our home. And David's death spurred the passage of the cyberbullying prevention legislation that we have here in Texas called David's Law. Many thanks to Senator Menendez for that. And for the last 3 years, I have been advocating for the Federal Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA, which would have provided a duty of care for social media platforms to design their products with children's safety in mind. I formed an initiative called Parents SOS because what I was finding is that there were more and more parents that were joining me in this fight. And these parents had lost their children from purchasing drugs on Snapchat or other platforms that happened to be laced with fentanyl. There were kids who had died from accidental asphyxiation from trying dangerous viral challenges. And there were others who had died by suicide after cyberbullying or sextortion schemes. We came very, very close to passing KOSA this past year, and it's extremely difficult for me to talk about because I did 14 trips to D.C. to advocate for this bill. And we passed it out of the United States Senate with a bipartisan huge win of 91-3. But unfortunately, we were unsuccessful there at the end in the House because of a flurry of lobbying by the social media companies. Congress's failure to pass common sense legislation to protect kids online is forcing more states to pass their own laws. And Representative Slauson and Senator Hughes, I want to thank you so much for passing SCOPE last session, even though parts of it are being challenged right now in the courts. And Senator Paxton, for your work protecting kids from pornography. It's very, very important. I think we can build on what we've learned over the last 2 years, specifically around product design of these features that encourage compulsive use or addictive style behaviors and the curated algorithms that feed our kids unsolicited content. We can implement safeguards while preserving the First Amendment. I look forward to having this conversation with you all, and also about phone-free schools, social media warning labels, which I haven't heard much about that today, public health campaigns that I think need to happen, and of course, social media bans for minors. And also prohibiting programs that circumvent the safeguards that were provided in SCOPE. I think that's really another important aspect. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, do we have any questions? Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And thank you all for being here and for particularly, I think all of us would agree. I don't know that I've seen anything more noble than as I've sat in committees and listened to personal testimonies of tragedy, and yet you're here. You could be curled up in a corner somewhere and nobody would blame you. But you're here making a difference for others, and so I just want to thank you for that. Thank you all for using your influence to make a difference. And I just had a couple of questions. If anyone has, these are directly for you, Heidi, but if you guys have any thoughts on them, I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. So you described some pretty graphic and disturbing stories. With sexual assault, in your experience, are there other ways that pornography is contributing to crimes against children outside the emergency room here?
Yeah, absolutely. So of course, sexual assault is something as forensic nurses we're able to collect data on and say, okay, we can say this is how old our perpetrators are and things like that. But if we're looking at it from a sort of zooming out, I'd say what we're seeing more often than sexual assault is just the amount of child sexual abuse materials and exploitation that's happening to kids online. So I talked to a school resource officer and he said, I'm, hanging out with high school kids, talking to them, and I'm hearing the high school girls saying only ugly girls get diplomas. And I said, what does that mean? And he's like, well, because there's been such a normalization of pornography, the goal is to create porn when you graduate from high school or when you turn 18. So all of the girls are saying to each other, when I turn 18, I'm going to create OnlyFans and I'm going to make millions of dollars because, of course, that's how it's marketed to them. And then I don't have to finish high school and I don't have to get a diploma. So if you get a diploma, it's because you're ugly and no one wants to see you naked. So because kids their sexual template has been totally rewired by pornography, they don't even recognize they're being exploited. And I think that's a really disturbing, if we're talking about crimes, when I'm talking to kids and screening them and asking about these different crimes, they're like, well, yeah, I send nudes, but what's the big deal? So I think the numbers that we have around CSAM and exploitation are probably totally underreported, and even sexual assault, because kids don't recognize that's what's happening to them. There's almost this societal grooming that's going on where this is normal, it's desired, it's to be praised. I don't recognize I'm being harmed by these predators.
Well, and there's a tremendous amount of the material that is generated by the child.
Yes, exactly.
And they don't realize, they don't see that as exploitation, right? No one would be doing that thinking that they're not going to exploit themselves. We don't think that way, right? What are the long-term effects of that? I'm just thinking about when you talk about normalizing, if that starts as a kid, what are the long-term impacts on our society, on our culture, in families, in relationships, in marriages?
Absolutely. I think it's really scary to follow this to its logical end. I heard a therapist a few months ago say a sexual psychopath can only be aroused when someone's being harmed. That's what's enticing to them. And so if we think about it, if the majority of kids right now, their sexual template is being set by sexual violence, what are we creating as a society? Really, what are we creating? I talked to another therapist, and she specializes in sex addiction, and she said, pornography addiction is an intimacy disorder. So if we have a whole generation growing up addicted to pornography, how can you have an intimate relationship that's healthy? You can't. These two things cannot exist at the same time. I would say even just, we don't know the full sort of fallout of what this will mean for kids growing up right now, but I'm a millennial. So, when I was in high school, there was internet porn, not like high-speed internet porn or social media, but I will say just even the fallout among my peers of what we see, just the amount of marriages that are falling apart because of porn addiction, betrayal trauma. You talk to people my age that are like, have you been on a dating app? It's horrible. It's so pornified. So already we're seeing with an older generation, there's a ton of trauma and just inability to have healthy, intimate relationships, I think it's going to be far worse for generations behind us.
You also mentioned, I've never heard this term used in affiliation with children, but erectile dysfunction with minors.
Yes.
Right. So what's the relationship between sustained porn use and testosterone production?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if I know exactly the relationship there, but I would say the erectile dysfunction is coming from the pathways being hijacked in the brain. So because this is like the witnesses were talking about earlier, you get this massive dopamine spike in your brain. Eventually what happens is your body becomes dependent on that, and it needs that to get that same physiological response. And so having sex with a person isn't enough. You're not getting enough of a dopamine response. So you have to see this more sort of crazy, violent, whatever content that's going to create that dopamine hit to have an erection. So I absolutely have heard that repeatedly from young men. Is this is the thing that made me address my addiction, is because I was having this effect in my body. But I can guarantee medical providers are not asking teenagers about this. And I think a lot of kids are suffering in silence.
Well, I've never heard a man say that he wanted to decrease his testosterone or seen any advertisement on that. But I think maybe if people understood the relationship, because it is the science is there that sustained porn use actually decreases testosterone. So maybe we need to get that out there a little more publicly, and it would help some people make better decisions. But one of the things as well with oxytocin is the bonding neurotransmitter. Dopamine and oxytocin are often working together in sexual intimacy.
Yes.
But one of the things that I know I've heard repeatedly is that kind of going to your point of the destroying of intimacy is that you have people now bonding with images,
Yes.
not people. And then their sexual preference becomes the image and not their own spouse. Which can't be a good thing in a family dynamic with bonding, right? The impact of bonding. It's been mentioned that the profit, Representative Hull, I think you said this. The profit is in patients, not in prevention. Do you have any thoughts on how these kinds of circumstances could maybe be prevented? What could we be doing in families or in government or in schools or whatever to help prevent these things from happening in the first place? It's a bad road once they're on it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. I wish there were so many more efforts towards prevention, because there's so many layers of trauma associated with all of this. I think a lot of the things I would suggest as prevention you all have named. I think your bill about filters on devices is excellent. I have a friend, and she said, I have all the parental controls set. Then my son's iPhone, does a software update, and they all revert back. And so she's like, I'm looking at his phone and I see porn. And I'm like, what is this? And he's like, I don't know, the parental controls went away, right? It should not be that difficult. So I think things like that are an excellent idea. I think another piece that you all have alluded to is just the digital literacy, and that why are we not talking about this with kids? The very ones this is happening to. It's like I think we're all afraid to say the words, or a lot of people, I think, put their head in the sand. So, as a forensic nurse, I asked all of my patients, of a certain age, if it's appropriate, about pornography, about exploitation. They want to talk about it. I think sometimes there's this relief of like, finally, an adult, they're not shaming me. They're willing to talk about this. I think we need to educate kids and have hard conversations, because that's going to prevent a lot of this from happening. They want to know the truth. They want to be told the truth. And I think we need to educate our professionals. You need to be on the lookout for these things. So I think just the lack of awareness is detrimental.
Well, and addiction is addiction to the brain, right? Whether it's a substance, whether it's a behavior. So that process that gets engaged, it's the same whether it's and it could be anything. It can be gaming. It can be pornography. It can just be scrolling, and It could be anything.
Yes.
I listened to an interview with Dr. Anna Lemke, who wrote Dopamine Nation, and she talks about how she got very close to a pretty disturbing addiction as a serial reader, and she said even that. I mean, you can think about where that can go, but just a device, you can read endlessly on a device. And, I know with my kids, I always wanted them reading, but I don't want them reading till 4 a.m.
Yes.
And so a device, even when maybe the content might be sort of what we would call harmless, the behavior is not. And they're getting the dopamine hit. Anna Lemke, her argument really is that we all have our drug of choice, but the thing we're really addicted to is dopamine. And so, anything that in our lives is like pulling us to that compulsive thing, I got to do that. You hear people say, oh, I could quit, but I don't want to. I'm like, you need to think about that statement, right? Anything like that is going to interrupt your life, and it's interrupting your relationships. There's an opportunity cost when we're spending our time and our kids are spending their time thinking this is a relationship, and they're not engaging with the friend that's sitting right next to them, right? Yep. Tremendous opportunity cost, and it is not socialization when we do that. So I appreciate your work, Heidi, and I don't know if Zach or if you have anything you wanted to add to that.
Probably nothing helpful or meaningful, but just jotted a few things down. Thank you for everything you said. I think other ways it's impacting on the sextortion side of things, what we've seen is that when sextortion is happening, most often to girls, there's requests for more pictures, and with boys, it's requests for money. And so sadly, we've seen, for example, some of the male suicides have happened because they didn't think they could come up with the money to pay the ransom. Another thing that I think was a thread through the last panel, and I think what you mentioned is just kind of how, particularly peer-to-peer, how this stuff is being normalized. And this is like hearsay in a sense, but at another hearing that I testified at, there was concerns that and this is not critical of schools, but that school officials just sort of think of this as, hey, this is kids being kids. And so I think the normalizing of that is rough. And then just two other quick points. This is just going to be really crass, but I had a family member that helped put on a high school prom a couple years ago. And I watched the boys and the girls walk out, and I realized okay, well, I was a 16-year-old boy. What's happening? You watch, and again, this is going to be a little crass, but you watch and you see that men don't know how to treat women. Every 16-year-old boy wants to have sex with every girl, but they don't know how to hold her hand. They don't know how to talk to her. And so that's the kind of things, we have these long-term breakdowns where you don't even know how to treat someone just in an interpersonal way, let alone in an intimate way. And then the last bit, kind of to the prevention thing and having the difficult conversations. I think we've sort of seen, and there's been a lot of famous people that talk about this, like Simone Biles, but we sort of tried to reduce the stigma of talking about mental health. So, I mean, I'm almost 40 years old, and I grew up in the Midwest in a very emotionally repressed Midwestern family. We would never have talked about these things, right? Because it's shameful for a kid to talk about it or for a parent to talk about the struggles. And so we always say, I don't want to do what my parents did growing up, but this is one of those things I want to be intentional about as a parent is I never want my kids to feel like there's nothing they can't talk to me about, if that makes sense. And that includes them bringing something to me, but maybe you have to bring up those hard conversations with them. And I have a boy and a girl, and so they're going to face different challenges at different times. But I think I had just finished reading J.D. Vance's book, and I don't bring this up as a political thing, but I just say he talked about how, and Joshua in his testimony talked about how hard it was to get out. And it's because you didn't have people stepping up. And J.D. Vance's message at the end is, hillbillies, we need to stand up. And I think it's the same thing. Parents, we need to step up and be willing to be vulnerable and to be stupid and to have hard conversations, because 14-year-old kids, they may not appreciate it. They may think it's weird then, but if it has an impact when they're 35 years down the road. So it's all those things. We need to get over our own shame in talking to our kids about hard stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add that two of the parents that I work really closely with, their children were both sextorted. And they had the same scenario where they started off, where they were started to look at pornography, and then they were contacted by somebody over from West Africa who asked them to share intimate pictures, which they did, and then the financial extortion started with them, and within hours, they had killed themselves because of the shame that they felt like they were going to experience in their home and in their school community. So I think not only is it having these hard conversations, but it's also having conversations with, we all make mistakes. And that mistake that you made, yes, you sent a bad video or a bad picture, but we've got your back. And like what we see out in social media now is if you do one thing or you say one thing, you are canceled out there. And the kids see that, and they are so afraid of that. That fear of peer exclusion and shame is worse than any other thing that they can experience in that life.
Which is actually a developmentally sort of appropriate thing and natural thing under normal circumstances. That's part of growing up. But the public nature of how public the shame can be now is off the charts. Right. You hit a button and it's everywhere.
And then it'll live out there forever.
Yes. There's no pulling it back in.
Yeah.
Which I know. One of the other things, again, going back to families and schools. I mean, we do need to make sure that we're teaching kids these things because we've got to teach. We can't just protect our kids. We have to teach them how to make good decisions. And that does include us being honest with our children. And I also appreciate, Heidi, you mentioned kids saying they were so thankful that you asked them these questions because you would talk. And there are a lot of things. This is also pretty normal. It's difficult for kids to talk to their parents about things, right? I used to, when I was a school counselor, I would have parents come in and they would go, "Oh, my kid tells me everything." And I would just pat them on the knee and I would go, "No, they don't." They don't, And it's one of the reasons that as a parent, I always wanted to make sure that I had strong adults in my kids' lives, right? Because they do need someone to talk to. That's not government's job, that's a parent's job, but we really do need all hands on deck on this. And thank you for continuing to be a great parent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Maureen, you and Matt and your boys continue to impress me and just be great people. And I'll never forget those first conversations, and thank you for not quitting to lift David up and with your work and helping people. We've said a lot of things here. Good decisions. We need to teach our children to be resilient. It's not the end of the world. We need to give them the tools. Obviously, it all, in the best case scenarios, starts with parents, right? But even good parents get, like you said, things get biased. He went around you. He took things, and that can happen to any of us. We've got over 5 million kids in our public schools. Not all of them have engaged parents. We have got to help as a state if we want to protect our children, our future from this epidemic. We've got to empower them. And so that's where we have a balancing act here to do as government, because we want to help our children, but then we also hold our schools responsible and tell them, you can't talk to our children about this unless which you should. They should check with parents first. But what about those kids who don't have the parents, or whose parents only send their kids to school because they don't want to go to jail? So, Miss Olson, you've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 different acronyms behind your name. I think that means you know a lot. What I would love to do is work with you. One of the fears I have is that I think even in our schools, all of our agencies need to, and our kids need to know better, have training about how human trafficking works.
Yep.
And so I would love for you to help work with us on having, I know our school districts have to adopt a policy addressing sexual abuse and human trafficking, sex trafficking, but I think it would be best if we knew how do we best do this in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think sometimes we pass policies in government, we say we just don't have sex or just don't talk about sex, and that's going to solve the problem. I don't believe that's going to address the issue. And so look forward to working with that, with you on that.
Yeah.
And what do you have in terms of recommendations on the training that the state could do? Because I think we're lacking in how to help our children. You said it in your testimony. People were cheering after this young 8th grade girl was raped in a bathroom.
Yes.
And this happened in a school in Texas?
No, I live in Kansas City.
Oh, in Kansas?
Yes.
In the Midwest?
In the Midwest, yes.
Okay. And what happened after this? Did anybody get involved?
So none of the kids told their parents, and no one contacted law enforcement. It was just my patient told her mom, and her mom brought her to the hospital. So of course we reported it as healthcare workers, but extremely alarming that there was no intervention.
I should tell you something.
Yes.
It tells us that we have a lack of trust and confidence. Well, I'd like to work with you on that. Maureen, many mental health campaigns, and you and I have worked on mental health issues, surrounding this, are able to provide resources to spread information about what's available, maybe through social media. Is there any, what do you think we can do to help improve how information about mental health gets out to children? Because you've been working on this for a while now.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I want to say that what we're talking about today, like the design of social media and big tech, like this is not designed to be family friendly.
No.
I mean, it pits kids against parents and parents against kids because we're talking about something that can be addictive.
Yeah.
And so I think we struggle in Texas with being able to get information to our parents in a way that's digestible and not so scary that just doesn't completely turn them off. So I think if we could do some sort of campaign across the state about some of these issues that we're talking about that need to have conversations and be able to provide that information to our parents, probably through our schools would make the most sense to be able to do that, or even through media partnerships. I think it's really important. What I have found in a lot of the school districts that we go into is the parents who maybe English is not their first language or from the lower socioeconomic families, they do not have the wherewithal to be able to keep their kids safe online. They don't have the ability to be able to buy these extra platforms to layer on, to keep their, to have additional tools there. And also, they don't know how to navigate, though we heard earlier about the statements that you have to read, the user statements and all of that. I mean, even I have a difficult time when I'm reading those things. I have no idea what they mean. Mm-hmm. So you can just imagine how difficult it is. And we'll go into a school and we'll see these parents. You can just tell by looking at their facial expressions how afraid they are for their kids. Yeah. So I think that we have to do a lot better job in our schools of trying to get that engagement piece with our parents. But it's a struggle because everybody right now is their time is very limited.
So one of the things I worry about is that I guess what we should figure out is what's the appropriate way to give our schools latitude, because I feel like in Texas we have threatened schools that they're going to get a lawsuit if they talk about sex education or something like that. And so let's not talk about sex education. I don't care about you teaching them about that. It's how do you protect yourselves and maybe it's more of a digital media literacy issue that we need to be discussing. Look forward to working with all of you. You know, I think that you've made the case for why we should have opt-in rather than like we'd have to turn all the filters, all the protections on
By default.
and then make those things be turned off actively. That's the I think the
By the parent, not the child, which is the way it's designed right now. So a child can go in there and turn off these things. We need the parents to be able to do that.
Yeah, and there are ways to do it because, I mean, they're protecting themselves. If you go download an app to have a toddler work on something, they protect themselves from the toddler being able to automatically buy. They ask to do a simple math equation or what's the birthday. So they have figured out just what you were saying, Representative Johnson. The media companies know how to figure out ways when they want to. But on these cases, it's obvious when they don't want us to protect because they tell you, oh, we can't do it. It's too hard. We've got to not allow that to be the answer. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Malek, how old was David when he passed?
16.
And he was a basketball player.
He was, yeah.
Tell me about that.
He was tall and lanky, and he'd been playing basketball his entire life. And so to know that he gave up something that he had dedicated so much, I mean, since he could dribble a ball and run, he played basketball, and he was great at it. And that was the thing. He was on the A team. He was on a club team. And unfortunately, from playing too much, he fractured his back. And that is what put him behind a screen a lot more than where he had been prior to that. So he was a very socially active child. We saw a complete change in his behavior. And we know that it was because of the social media and the online gaming.
How was he in school?
He was he was not great. He was not a great student, but he was a decent student. I mean, he made B's. He wasn't an A student, but
had lots of friends.
He did. Until he got sucked into this world of disconnection, and he no longer had the desire to interact with his friends. I mean, he had all of the signs of what we would consider a behavioral addiction.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever think that this could happen to him?
Never. I would never think that I would be sitting here today. Ever.
I think that there are parents all across the state and all across this country that are in the exact same boat that you're in, that have a kid that excels at something and has friends and is happy, and then they end up in this. I've got a few statistics because if anyone's listening to this and thinks that this is something that is just a one-off or a two-off, so in 2017, Texas saw a 41.4% increase from 2000 in suicide mortality for individuals 15 to 24. Mm-hmm. And in 2017, Texas saw a 30% increase since 2000 in suicide mortality for children 5 to 14. Yeah. This is happening a lot. Mm-hmm. And this is pre-COVID.
Right.
What do we think happened when the world shut down?
Yeah. I know.
I wish that I had accurate. I probably don't because I don't want to know. But I wish that we had accurate numbers since COVID because it has to have exploded. Yeah. This is happening. It is the biggest threat to our kids that they have legal access to. The biggest threat is their access to social media.
Yep.
Our kids don't have access to purchase a handgun legally. They don't have legal access to purchase alcohol or tobacco or to sign a contract on a home. But they can enter into these contracts to download these apps and get on these social media platforms, and it's the most dangerous thing they have access to. Mm-hmm. I am so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Switching gears a little bit, I think, Zach, you might be a little bit more familiar with this, but because it's not just the suicide and the blackout challenges and the Tide Pods and all the challenges out there that lead to deaths. Or serious bodily injury. But getting back to something that Ms. Olson talked about and something, Zach, I think you're familiar with, is that, there was a few years ago, the Wall Street Journal did a study where they signed up on TikTok as, I believe, a 13 or a 14-year-old. And I don't have the numbers in front of. I do. My incredible staff has put together, and I know where it is, but I can't find it right now. The incredible amount of videos that they were shown about sex, about drugs, about how to be able to buy drugs online, about all of these things that they were shown. Are you familiar that the state of New Mexico recently did a study on Snapchat? Are y'all familiar with that?
No.
So the state of New Mexico did a study on Snapchat, and they signed up on a Snapchat account as a 14-year-old. And if I can find it real quickly, I want to read what the ultimate finding signing up as a 14-year-old on Snapchat, 14. Their ultimate finding is that Snapchat is a primary social media platform for sharing child sexual abuse material. Parents report that their children share more child sexual abuse material on Snapchat than any other platform. Minors report having more online sexual interaction on Snapchat than any other platform, and more sex trafficking victims are recruited on Snapchat than any other platform. And Ms. Olson, I think you mentioned earlier that Snapchat was used by one of the teens that you had talked about. If you and Mr. Whiting could each just kind of talk a little bit about what you're seeing specifically through the apps, and what you're hearing about either through Mr. Whiting, your policy research, or Ms. Olson out in the world, taking care of these kids, and name names of the apps, those sorts of things. Because I think of Facebook and Twitter. I don't think that kids are on Facebook, or at least probably not that much. It's probably more Snapchat, Instagram, and other apps. But if you can talk a little bit about the apps specifically and what you're hearing and seeing out in the world.
Do you want me to go first? Please. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't surprise me that that those findings came out of the study on Snapchat. Snapchat is absolutely a main offender. Just wreaking havoc in kids' lives. I took care of a 12-year-old the other day, and I asked her, how many people have you had in sexual contact with? In her mind, she's thinking it's consensual. Of course, she can't consent. And she's like, oh, you mean my body count? I'm like, okay. I don't know if I can say that as a nurse, right? But she's like, at least 20 in the last year that she was just meeting adults, quick adding them on Snapchat. And then they, would groom her and invite her over, right? Just over and over again. Obviously, very little parental oversight happening in her world. A lot of vulnerabilities there. But I hear that kind of stuff all the time. So for sure, Snapchat, Instagram. I've had a couple of patients where their assaults have been live streamed on Instagram. I took care of a 10-year-old a few weeks ago who told me she had sent nudes to a stranger she met on Roblox. Discord, TikTok. I don't hear kids mention Twitter as often. I've seen a few instances where kids have talked to traffickers or predators on Facebook Messenger, but that's, like you said, it's not used as often. So I'd say, yeah, it's probably Snapchat and Instagram most often I'm hearing, but really it's any app where an adult can contact a child. And then there's all these apps that exist that, kids tell you about. I'm like, no clue what you're talking about. I have to go look it up. And dating apps too. I've talked to kids who are on things like Tinder, even though, you're not supposed to be as a child, they are, and they're meeting, predators that way as well.
And thank you. Actually, I had a note written down here, and I didn't see it. But Mr. Whiting, I think the dating app situation as well. Are there? Tell me a little bit about have you researched the dating app specifically? I don't. Well, hold on. That doesn't sound right.
My mind went exactly where yours went. I've never actually been on a dating.
Yeah. So, but I think maybe you have some information. Yeah. Scientific, of course.
Yes.
From the dating apps and how that works, and maybe the exploitation of children through that, or them sending or receiving pictures and that sorts of thing. If you could just kind of speak a little bit to that.
Yes. So I would say you, and I am so sorry, I forgot, the pediatrician who testified in the first panel had mentioned some of those names. I'll get back to the dating app question real quick, but I think a lot of it is you think of those traditional, the traditional apps, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and the like, and there's big problems there. But I think really a lot of what we're seeing is this, anything with online gaming and interactivity, I think is where a lot of the problems are coming. And that's across all of the platforms. Xbox, we just got a Nintendo Switch because we thought if we stuck a cartridge in there and made our kids play with that would be better. There's interactive functions. Sorry, Nintendo's canceling me.
Senate equipment. We'll have to. Go ahead.
And so I think that's a big area. And I will get to the dating app thing. Another area is we had a meeting with NCMEC some months ago, and one of the concerns is that platforms or internet service providers that have duties to report CSAM, one, may not do it enough, and two, if they do, sometimes the information that's reported to them is not enough to be actionable to get to law enforcement. So that's another angle, is making sure that catching the CSAM is good. Making sure that it's reported in a way that actionable is also important. And then on the dating apps, again, I've never actually been on a dating app. I've been married for 12 years, so I don't even know if I remember how to date someone. But what we're hearing is a lot of different things. Is that it's younger kids using it. The types of pictures that you can put on, even in your profile of, some only have like a certain areas of your anatomy, that you can show, that there are younger kids on there. And then one of the other things I know we're kind of talking about the effects of on children, but dating apps are also a vector. And this is something that we've talked about as we speak more broadly to vulnerable populations, is older folks as well. And so particularly dating apps in particular are a huge vector for scamming older people, particularly widows. I spoke to someone from the Houston area who had like an aunt or something like that, a widowed aunt, scammed out of like $100,000. So it's all of these platforms in their various iterations can be used as vectors for exploitation, children, adults, sexual and financial.
You mentioned a few acronyms a while ago, and I just want to make sure, because we live in this world where we, I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
But, if you want to talk about, I think you talked about CSAM,
Yes.
some of that. So
yeah, CSAM, child sexual abuse material. It's the legal term of art for child pornography. A NCMEC, National Center on Missing and Exploited Children, and they're kind of a sort of hybrid with some sort of government funding angle. Did I mention any other acronyms? But those would be the big ones. So CSAM, effectively child pornography, and NCMEC, National Center on Mission and Exploited.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this panel? Representative Slauson.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for being here, Maureen. I regret the circumstances that we met on, but I'm so grateful for your leadership on this issue. And if I understood right, you've been out to DC 14 times on this?
Last 3 years.
So, and I heard and see in here that the United States Senate passed the Kids Online Safety Act by a really healthy margin. But then, did you say that it fell apart in the House due to the big tech lobby, or what happened there?
Yes, yeah. So in a packet that I sent you, there's a Wall Street Journal article in there where they did an investigation on the amount of money that the big tech firms were utilizing to lobby against COSA, specifically from what we were hearing from the offices that we would go into and try to meet with them. They got really good at what they did. They are all very good at what they do, right? So they were using the culture wars. So they would go into progressive offices and they would talk about that COSA might prohibit LGBTQ kids from finding community. And so they were speaking that over there, and then they would go into conservative offices and they would say it's going to censor conservative speech. And so we were fighting against this narrative that they were planting in all of this. Meanwhile, the bill had been vetted and vetted and vetted and was so narrowly crafted. Even Senator Cruz's office was very involved, in his role as ranking member of the Commerce Committee at the time to ensure that it was constitutional or would pass constitutional scrutiny if it ever got challenged in court. And it wasn't until they actually even more narrowly defined the terms and the definitions in it that he finally signed on as a co-sponsor for that bill. He still stands behind it as a bill that would stand up if it was ever challenged in court. And so that's why the way that COSA is, it's a design bill, so it's those features that we're talking about that are content neutral, that would actually we would get at what we're talking about, the addictive nature of these platforms, if we could get to those design features through legislation. There at the end, we had bipartisan. We had some bipartisan support in the House also, but I will say that it was. Even at the end, we had Donald Trump Jr. came out, and I know we've talked a lot about Elon Musk today, but he actually came out in support of the bill, as well as X's Linda Yaccarino, and X even had their attorneys look at the bill from a free speech, looking at it from that just to make sure, and they made a few tweaks there towards the end, and it still wasn't enough for us to be able to get it done.
That's a very familiar theme, the vet, tweak, work together on crafting a better bill. And then I guess in DC, they managed to kill it outright and didn't have to go try to stall it later in litigation.
Right.
So what's in COSA that they hate so much?
The duty of care. The responsibility that the social media platforms would have. To design their platforms with kid safety in mind, to address these issues of compulsive use and, connecting illegal substances, the purchase of illegal substances, or promotion of illegal substances, sexual exploitation, I guess just having any kind of a responsibility. I mean, we do know, it's a fact that staffers that were in some of these offices now work for the big tech companies. And so they have these relationships with the other staff members in the office. I don't know how else to put it. It's just a fact. And they're going to listen to those people that they have a relationship with.
Well, we're all in a relationship business up here as colleagues in our chambers and with constituents and with interested citizens across the state of Texas, which, going back to a previous panel, is why these anecdotal stories are so important, because it's personal and it's testimony and it's how we relate to each other as we look for solutions to problems. Were you, do I remember correctly that during those DC hearings, that Mark Zuckerberg was there and issued some kind of apology? Mm-hmm. Were you there at that time?
I was right behind him, and he was, Josh Hawley asked him to stand up and apologize to the parents that were in the room, and he gave us a very shallow apology. He was sorry for what we had experienced, but that he was going to continue to make his platform safer because of what we had experienced. So not taking any responsibility for his platforms and the harm that they're causing some kids. It's I think we have a duty to protect all kids, and some kids are going to be more harmed than others on these platforms. 88% of the electorate. We did a poll survey with Hans Kaiser, and they went out and they polled Americans across the United States right before the election, and this was a very important election item for them. 88% said that they support government making sure that kids are safe online.
David was not a glitch.
No.
He was a son and a brother and a teammate, a friend.
And these stories of these parents that are sharing the worst days of their lives over and over and over again in these offices, we're representing all of those other families out there whose kids are suffering right now, but thank God they're still alive. But they can't come forward because they will re-traumatize their children in these particular situations. So we're in there, talking about these issues with lawmakers to try to get them to make changes, try to help. America's families need help. And this is like playing whack-a-mole. As soon as they figure out one app, 5 more pop up. It is impossible for families to keep up. And until government does something, we're going to continue to see these harms done.
Which speaks a little bit to our duty, not as prohibitionists, but as protectors of our children. And I think Senator Paxton maybe was speaking to that a little bit ago too, about the duty of parents. And we need help. I'm not looking to raise my children so that when they're 18, it's a free-for-all and they can just go out and download all the apps available to them and go crazy. I need tools to help raise them as responsible digital citizens so that when they are of age themselves, that they have some idea of how to protect themselves and their friends as well. Representative Patterson, what was the reason that Meta couldn't be here today?
They just couldn't be here. They didn't really provide a good reason here. I can read their statement again.
Did it include an apology?
No, no. They just said that they could not be here before the committee, not available to testify on Tuesday. And by Tuesday, they mean every single hearing that we've ever had in the Texas House.
Did one of those companies, was there some reference in there about how many governmental relations employees they have?
X mentioned that they have 1 government relations employee for the entirety of the United States and Canada.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Slauson. Senator Colcourse?
I just have to say that if big tech and all these platforms and all these apps can create this, they can also prevent it. Mm-hmm. And what we're talking about here is evil. It's evil. It's coming for our children. Society, what you said, the violence that you're seeing is going to permeate every one of our lives. And it is going to touch our loved ones and people we care about and the people we represent and their constituents. And so, I'm texting my family, one great quote by the end there, Mr. Chairman, of we're not defined by the worst thing that we've ever done or the greatest thing that we will ever do. Really great quote for all of us. But I'm miffed. My children are a little bit older, but not out of the danger zone of your statistics, Mr. Chairman. And I'm here to say this. We can no longer tolerate this as a society. I don't care who lobbies for what, or this, or that, or the other. If they can create it, they can prevent it. Mr. Chairman, you're a lawyer, and I think you might even be a trial lawyer. And there's purpose for trial lawyers. I've never been for them, okay? But here's the deal. I think we need to come at this with every tool in the toolbox and make everyone stand up and say that they want our children hooked on pornography, to say that they want to have a perpetuation of pedophilia. That's what we need to do, Mr. Chairman, members. Have them come before us. Give the civil courts a chance to go after them and quit protecting them. We have to say no to all of this. Thank you for your courage. I helped Senator Menendez pass his bill, and we worked very carefully because I get you on freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And, what government can overstep its bounds, and we've seen that many times, and the balance therein. But today has been, I'm sorry, I apologize that I've been so naive. I knew it was out there, but I just didn't know it was this pervasive. So, Mr. Chairman, members, I think Texas can lead on this. And Texas is big enough to move the needle and be aggressive. And so anybody out there lobbying for big tech or the search engines or your apps, come ready, okay? Come with a heart full of goodness so that we can literally get rid of this scourge that is destroying the lives of our children and future generations. And that's all I have to say. I'm done. There was no question in that. Z would be mad because she'd say, where's the question in that? There isn't one. The question is, come with solutions, or we'll come up with the solutions and you won't like.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions for this panel? Thank you all for being here so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thanks.
This time I'll turn it back over to Chair Hughes.
Chairman, I also thank you each for your testimony. Ms. Maureen, I remember your husband's testimony on that Senator Menendez bill and your story and yours, and thank you for being here and what you continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank each of you. Ms. Olson, Representative Whiting, thank you. We'll open public testimony on this topic. Wow. Three witnesses so far have expressed an interest in testifying. Let me just say, for anyone present or anyone listening who wishes to testify, we want to hear from you. And so please, if you haven't already, please make your way in here and fill out one of these very simple forms, which includes your oath, and get that up here to our able staff. And we want to hear from you. And at this point, as we open public testimony, we're going to call three witnesses. Take seats here. Alice Linehan, welcome. Come on down, Alice. Chair calls Alice Linehan, Brian Mayers, and Tammy Brown Rodriguez. There she is. All right. Find a seat anywhere and just make yourselves at home. And Linehan, welcome back.
Thank you.
Get that microphone where it's.
Can you hear me?
We got you now. Introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Okay. I've been editing my testimony back there, so I'm going to read it so I don't forget. Hello, my name is Alice Linehan, and while I serve as Vice President of Women on the Wall, today I am here representing myself as a Texas mom who has dedicated over a decade to researching and educating parents about the fundamental transformation happening in our education system, particularly with respect to the increasing role of technology in the classroom. We're now living in an age of novus capitis. Novus meaning new, capitis meaning capital. I'm here today to urge you to examine not only the impact of social media platforms on our children, but also the profound effect of technology platforms and one-to-one devices used in Texas classrooms. These are the issues that should be at the forefront leading to this session, not government-regulated school choice. All children in education are in those choices are at risk. As we've heard earlier testimony, algorithms present a significant problem. But what can Texas do? I ask you to take a hard and honest look at legislation that has already been passed, as well as the policies and no-bid contracts executed by the Texas Education Agency under Commissioner Mike Morath for the curriculum development and instructional materials. Specifically, I want to highlight how Texas children are being exposed to risk through OER, artificial intelligence used for scoring assessments, online virtual learning platforms, and the shift in the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills away from academics to values, beliefs, and behaviors. I hope you'll give me one more second. The prime example is Amplify, which served as the pilot for the state-owned curriculum Bluebonnet. Texas students have already been subject to inappropriate content, including pornography, through these piloted programs implemented in our schools. Those children will never get those years back. Where's the accountability on the TEA? Was that just a glitch? My question is simple. Why is it acceptable to use Texas students as guinea pigs for experimental software programs? HB 1605 was falsely marketed as a pen and paper curriculum after it was exposed. Transformational social emotional learning is mandated in Texas by Senate Bill 123. That's why districts are using software programs to assess whether a child is happy or sad. The data is being collected on our children. In conclusion, I urge you to critically evaluate the technology being used in our classrooms. Look into the data collection policies and influence of artificial intelligence in assessments and the educational value or lack thereof of these digital platforms. Most importantly, listen to the voices of parents and educators who know firsthand how this technology transformation is affecting our children. Lastly, I hope someone will ask me to read a short excerpt from The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. It's a very powerful excerpt. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. After we hear from each witness, we'll come back with questions. And so thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, welcome. Introduce yourself. Get a microphone close to you so we can get everything. And introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tammy Brown Rodriguez, and I am the Policy Director for Yaku Bullions Ministries, which is an anti-trafficking organization. And I come here today not just as a policy director, but as a family member of somebody who was sexually trafficked for 15 years, my niece. As a family member of a traffic survivor and someone who fights exploitation every day, I bring both personal and professional insight into the urgent need to protect children from harmful internet and social media content. As you've heard all day today, the rise of the internet websites as platforms for explicit material has created a modern-day crisis. Researchers like Dr. Judith Reisman, Dr. Mary Ann Layden, and Dr. Gail Dines confirm the harmful online content rewrites the developing brain. It fosters addictive cycles and primes children for grooming and exploitation. These websites normalize hypersexualized behavior and provide predators with tools to target vulnerable children like my niece. This issue requires adapting public policy to the realities of the digital age. Just as the Supreme Court addressed moral and legal challenges in the physical world during the 1950s, setting critical precedents to protect public welfare, we must now address similar challenges online. The necessity for accountability and safety in the digital realm mirrors those earlier efforts, reminding us while the format is new, the problem is not. HB 1181 is, of course, a critical step forward, and I'll be in DC next week as we wrote an amicus brief explaining all the problems of what happens to the brain of children who see porn and inappropriate content. It's a step forward, however, it's a moral imperative for us. We have to do more to protect our children and our families. As I've mentioned, I've seen the consequences of inaction. 15 years we didn't know where my niece was. We found her 7 months ago. And the issue was, it all started online and in schools. So we have to fortify both of those for our children, for your children, for your grandchildren. So I urge you to act decisively, align public policy with the digital age, and we can ensure a safer future for our children and our families while preserving the sanctity of childhood. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions afterwards.
Thank you for your testimony. Pull that microphone over. You've done this before. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
I have, as Chairman. My name is Brian Modis. I serve as the Government Relations Director at the National Association of Social Workers Texas. Really happy to be here, even though it's incredibly cold outside, but nice and toasty in here. But I come all really before you to discuss some of the shared goals in mitigating the various harms that digital media is having on our children and our youth's mental health, and how encouraging children really to learn some of the critical life skills, such as what Senator Menendez mentioned, resilience, self-regulation, and problem solving through what has been already kind of discussed. Thank you, Representative Johnson, on play-based childhood and making for free play, exploration, and peer interaction, in all to cultivate these kinds of attributes that is, as we're seeing, dominated by screens and algorithms. So children should really learn to, children, our hope is to have them learn and manage and respect their bodies and navigate the physical world before spending significant amounts of time in the virtual world. And this foundational skill set acquired through direct real-world experiences is critical for their growth and well-being. While technology is an integral part of the modern life, its use must be balanced to ensure children develop the critical social life skills necessary to thrive and succeed. Now, let me be absolutely clear that we are not here to dictate how parents should parent. That's not what this is about. And however, I do believe that we can all agree on a shared objective to equip our children on with the skills on how to manage their own affairs as adults and earn a living and form those meaningful bonds with their peers. This vision requires intentional focus on the experiences shaping their development, particularly during early adolescence. And we know that youth who spend more time on social media are at greater risk of depression, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. Now, in contrast, though, teens or youth that are participating in in-person activities without phones, so let's say sports, extracurriculars, clubs at schools, things that we would do way back in my day without aging myself. But they've shown consistently more promising and better mental health outcomes as they're in this kind of discovery mode, which is also discussed in the Anxious Generation book that has been quoted a couple times up here. Now, while social media provides teens with a sense of connection, it often falls short of those deeper bonds formed through those in-person interactions. Alarmingly, teens report increased feelings of loneliness and isolation, despite or perhaps because of their online connections. And schools, you can go into them now, I'm sure, and see that during lunchtime or recess, they're pulling out those devices, whether issued by the school or by their parents, rather than actually engaging with their peers and building those important skills that they need. So there's a lot of compelling research on this, such as recess and summer camps, which I really appreciate bringing up, that fosters these essential life skills such as empathy, emotional regulation, interpersonal skills, creativity, innovation, and critical thinking and collaboration, and so many more. And these experiences really help empower children to find a healthy and fulfilling place in this world. So we recommend the committee consider the following. Number one, and my personal favorite, encourage more free play and recess. States and local governments can really fulfill this, and also one of my personal childhood dreams on extending the time of recess. Yes, I did do a petition in middle school to expand recess time and lunchtime and took it to the principal, but I digress. But it really can have significant benefits in getting children to interact with one another, whether through structured play or not. And then the second one is investing in vocational or educational or transitional programs. So programs that are meant to equip kids with those practical skills and provide pathways to successful adulthood, complementing their academic education. And then lastly, we hope that the committee will consider limitations or restrictions around social media for youth accessibility, but any legislation considered should include the input of families and medical and behavioral health experts. Thank you all really so much for your time, and I really appreciate y'all having this hearing.
Mr. Morris, thanks for your testimony. You've testified before the Senate State Affairs Committee. We've interacted some, and so I should have pronounced your name Morris and not Mares. I confess I was pleasantly distracted by the fact that your parents and mine both spelled Brian the same way, and I messed up after that. But thank you for your testimony. Good to have you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And we'll open up for questions. Members of the committee, any questions for any of our witnesses? And Ms. Lanahan, you wanted to read something to us.
It's just a short excerpt, and I encourage you to read this thick book. It's The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. She writes, "When I speak to my children or an audience of young people, I try to alert them to the historically contingent nature of the thing that has us. By calling attention to ordinary values and expectations before surveillance capitalism began its campaign of psychic numbing. It is not okay to have to hide in your own life. It is not normal. I tell them it is not okay to spend your lunchtime conversations comparing software that will camouflage you and protect you from continuous unwanted invasion. 5 trackers blocked, 4 trackers blocked, 59 trackers blocked, facial features scrambled, voice disguise. I tell them that the word search has meant a daring existential journey, not a finger tap to already existing answers. That friend is an embodied mystery that can be forged only face to face and heart to heart, and that recognition is the glimmer of homecoming we experience in our beloved's face, not facial recognition. I say that it is not okay to have our best instincts for connection, empathy, and information exploited by draconian quid pro quo that holds these goods hostage to the pervasive strip search of our lives. It is not okay for every move, emotion, utterance, and desire to be cataloged, manipulated, and then used to serendipitously hurt us through the future tense for the sake of someone else's profit. These things are brand new, I tell them. They are unprecedented. They should not take them for granted because they are not okay. Shoshona Zuboff. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you each. The fact that there were no questions probably indicates that you're being heard, and each of you has elucidated something that we touched on earlier to some extent. So thank you for providing some content. And Ms. Lanahan, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Maris, thank you each, and you're excused.
Thank you.
These 3 excellent witnesses are our public testimony that requested so far. We don't want to cut anybody off, so this is last call. So anyone present wishing to testify on this important topic of the effect of media on minors. These are all the witness affirmation forms we have. Seeing no response, we'll close public testimony, and I'll ask the members of the committee if anyone else wishes to make any remarks or has any other business for the committee. Mr. Chairman? Very well. Then the Joint Committee on the Effect of Media on Minors stands in recess, subject to the call of the chairs. Good afternoon.